Hey, this is Neil's on Dynasty. Please like, share, and subscribe. Buy some silver, some platinum, and some crystallized osmium. Be kind, helpful, and grateful because it's better than being a poo-poo head jerk. Don't listen to me. Everything I say is to be taken for fun and entertainment. Now that we got all the bullcrap out of the way, let's watch some chit chat. Let's have some chit chat and watch the video. Oh, here we go. My boy Gene Simmons talking about a couple weeks ago. I did a show and I was talking about how to become an expert in anything. And all you got to do is put 10,000. It's the theory of putting 10,000 hours of work in anything makes you an expert. This video here is of Gene Simmons and Kiss. It is from the New York Post. It's Kiss rock star Gene Simmons gives a blunt advice to Democrat senator's son on having a music career. And I'm just going to jump to about, somewhere around the 1 minute or so mark is where he talks about, let's see. We'll go to about here. No reason.
Because I had skills, I could type 90 words a minute, fix hexagraph, mimeograph, ad infinitum, ad nauseum. I was making 23 grand a year when that meant a lot of money. But doing the Jewish way, living with your mother, not paying rent and so on. So I amassed a large enough amount that I could support the band. We were forming together without managers and everything else. The advice I have for everybody is always have a fallback position, because everybody believes, and God bless him for believing, I can reach the stars. Well, what happens if you don't? What's your fallback position? How old is he now?
10 years old, sir.
Okay, he's got time. What kind of music?
Oh, heavy metal.
Metal. You know what? There's the 10,000.
Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Gene Simmons, one of the wealthiest rock and rollers out there. Let me replay this just a little bit here.
What? There's the 10,000 hour principle. There was a book about it. The harder you work, the luckier you'll get, and always have the fallback position. But
the 10,000 hour principle. What that means is if you put 10,000 hours or thereabouts of time and practice and effort into any one thing, you will be one of the best in the world at that one thing. So even Gene Simmons knew about the 10,000 hour principle, showing that what I was talking about a couple weeks ago wasn't this bullshit crap. It's actually real, and you start becoming an expert by just starting. And let's see what else we got here. We're going to go with one of my more favorite stocks. This is Nano Nuclear Energy. It's actually their show, Nano Nuclear Energy. Going to give them a thumbs up. Already subscribed. We got 2,180 subscribers. NASDAQ interviews at milestone ceremony, making the site for the first Cron MMR. So they are further along in the process of getting micro and small modular reactors out there.
Good morning. My name is Ahmad Newsom, and I'm here with NASDAQ. I'm here to interview CEO of Nano Nuclear, James Walker. Good morning, James.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Great.
Great.
Hey, we're starting drilling. It's a good day.
Congratulations on this historic accomplishment. Walk us through why nuclear energy is becoming so important.
So it's kind of an unprecedented time in nuclear at the moment. Billions of dollars are being put back into things like enrichment, deconversion, HALEU fuel manufacture, LEU fuel manufacture. The next few years, we're going to look at the rollout of the next generation nuclear reactor systems. And then after that, in the next couple decades, we'll see nuclear being distributed across the world in places it's never been before. Places where remote diesel have gone before and nothing's been able to challenge them.
Well, your Kronos MMR is different than typical nuclear reactors. Walk us through the differences between modular nuclear reactors and reactors in years past.
So the next generation nuclear reactors are a very different breed to the big light water reactors that you've seen in the past, which is the fuel is built in such a way now where it can't melt down like a traditional reactor system. It goes more than that. These are modular reactor systems, which means that we'll be able to manufacture all the different components in a factory, and we'll be able to ship them all to site, assemble everything there, and you're going to cut down on things like construction times, cost overruns. We'll get economies of scale through things like mass manufacture of the reactors rather than the scale of one reactor system at one site. So it's a very exciting time in nuclear. The technology is very different, and I think that's going to usher in like a new wave of enthusiasm for nuclear.
You're now working with the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Talk to us about why this collaboration is so important with U of I and what you both hope to achieve.
I think we've seen issues with companies that have tried to get reactors licensed in the past, but not built it and demonstrated, because customers want to be able to see the reactor working, so they don't have to be the first one to buy the reactor and build it and deploy it and operate it, and then hope everything, all the kinks are already worked out. We'll take care of all of that. I think something like 60% of the power of the state comes from nuclear already, so it's already got the pedigree. It's already got that history to it, and the state is enormously supportive. They've given us incentives to help us along with the project, and at the university level, they push this really far for us as well. And we're going to obviously gift them this reactor too. It's kind of one of those rare scenarios where everyone wins.
You mentioned a construction permit from Nuclear Regulatory Commission as an upcoming milestone. What needs to happen in order to reach this milestone, and how far out are you?
So we're collecting the geotechnical data. And once we've got that geotechnical data, we can put together our construction permit application, our CPA, and that will be turned into the NRC, who will turn us around to us to issue us a construction permit. And then after that, we can start pouring concrete, erecting steel, and really get into the meat and bones.
That means as soon as they meet that criteria and get this permit, their stock's going to jump. Just a heads up.
Of the reactor construction. But it starts with this.
James, are there any additional milestones aside from the permit from the NRC that investors should look out for?
We're in a bit of a rare situation. Our engineering is ahead of all of our licensing documents. I would say with a lot of companies, it's probably the other way around. Their licensing documents are ahead of their engineering work. So we're in a nice position. We know we're very confident in our design. It's in a very advanced stage. Probably one of the leading designs, I would say, in the country, if not the world, in terms of advanced microreactor systems. Now we've just got to get the documentation for the NRC up to date, and we'll submit that, and we'll keep everybody abreast of our developments on that front.
Well, James, this sounds like a very exciting time for the Nano Nuclear team. Congratulations on your continued success, and NASDAQ is truly proud to be your partner, and we look forward to supporting your growth and continued success.
There you go, folks. Update on Nano Nuclear Energy. And as excited as that guy is, I'm very excited about that company too. They're going to be a $60 company sometime next year. They're like 33 right now. And again, I got it pinned at the top there if anyone wants to join the chat or come up on stage or whatever. I'm going to change my picture here. Put up a, there we go. Put up an explosion of, hey, what's up, Deplorable? You missed the first part. It was probably the best part. Had Gene Simmons up there talking about the 10,000 Allen hour rule to become an expert at anything. And of course, I was talking about that about 2 weeks ago. So, just to reiterate the point that someone else makes the same point I made to show that I wasn't talking crap. I showed that, but I'm a big fan of Gene Simmons. And then let's see, what else? If anyone doesn't want to put anything down in chat to talk about, we'll go ahead and, nah, you're not an expert troll. We know you. Trolls are ones that you don't know. They just come in and talk shit and don't stay to try and back it up or anything like that. Oh, here's something that happened in my area the other day. This is very, very interesting. And you get to see the house explode too. It's kind of cool.
This explosion and fire that happened at about 9:30 this morning in Hayward. We also just got some new Nest camera video from across the street there on Llewellyn Boulevard of what appears to be the explosion.
Watch this.
Wow. Yeah. So earlier, what appeared to be crews working on that house just before the blast, and then the fire broke out. Again, this is happening on East Llewellyn Boulevard, right off the entrance to southbound
about 30 miles south of
which
me.
is closed down right now. Let's go live to Veronica Macias. Veronica, you've spent some time there at the scene. I know this is all evolving as we speak. What do you got?
That looked like a badass explosion, brother.
And people in this neighborhood just really shaken today by what has happened. This entire neighborhood coming out to look at all the damage here. A lot of people thinking initially it was an earthquake, then learning of the explosion here. Now, the neighbors here right next door, really lucky to be alive today. You could see people here on Llewellyn, they're without a home today, right before the holidays. And really, this could have been a lot worse. And at the moment, there's debris everywhere. You could see PG&E crews. We're still waiting for a PG&E official here to arrive and give us more information as to what happened and what caused the explosion. But right now, we do know that a total of 6 people were injured in this explosion. They have been taken to nearby hospitals. As far as their conditions go, we are unclear. It's unknown. Crews responded close to 10 a.m. and they found multiple homes on fire here. One property owner right across the street sharing her Nest video with us, where you could see the moment of explosion here, just terrifying for people. We talked to the woman next door. She tells us she was still in her robe, hadn't really gotten about her day yet. She tells us that PG&E crews came by early in the morning, letting them know that they were going to be turning off the gas. And just like her husband does every single day, he went over, went to the stove, was preparing something to eat for her, and noticed that the stove wasn't coming on. Then moments later, they hear the explosion, debris, the roof caving in on her. Take a listen. So that woman, very shaken. She also tells me that they have been working on Llewellyn here for months. In fact, neighbors had filed a complaint with the county. They say they were encroaching on their property line. So we're waiting to learn more about those details and what that complaint included. But take a listen to what she tells us about this morning's explosion.
I was in bed and I heard this loud sound and my roof fell in. On the bed, everywhere, all on me, all the junk. So I covered myself and I called my husband thinking, did we have an earthquake? What was that? This loud explosion. Every one of our windows in our house is blown out. The ceiling fell. You got cracks all throughout that house. It was incredible.
So we do know that PG&E is going to be releasing more information. However, they have released a statement and they say that a third party was out here. They were working on an underground line, and while digging, they hit a line here and they tried isolating the flow of gas to this neighborhood. They weren't able to stop that though until about 9:25, and that explosion happening 10 minutes later here at 9:35. So right now we're working on gathering more information about those 6 individuals that have been taken to the hospital. Their condition unknown. But Nan, I could tell you just from talking to the neighbor right next door, there are a lot of people here on Llewellyn that are just thankful to be alive after what happened here.
Cool stuff going on out here in California. Gotta love it. And I got one more thing to show here, since don't have too many people in here right now. I'm going to just go ahead and show this. This is cool, actually. This is going to revolutionize our intelligence level here in this country. How to make learning as addictive as social media. This is TED TV. This came out 2 years ago. So let's see how they're doing.
So I'm from Guatemala. This is a public service announcement. That is where Guatemala is. Also, that is not where they keep the prisoners. That is called Guantanamo. Not the same place. So Guatemala is right below Mexico. And for the Americans in the audience, and let this sink in because it really applies in most ways. For the Americans in the audience, you can think of it as Mexico's Mexico.
Now listen to this next part he says. This is about border security.
Just like the US doesn't want illegal immigration from Mexico, Mexico doesn't want illegal immigration from Guatemala.
But yet they let 20 million people walk right through. All right, but enough about that. That's not what it's about.
It's a smaller country. It's a poorer country. And, well, what can I tell you? It has much better Mexican food. Guatemala is a very poor country. And a lot of people talk about education as something that brings equality to different social classes. But I always saw it as the opposite, as something that brings inequality. Because what happens in practice is that people who have a lot of money can buy themselves a really good education and therefore continue having a lot of money. Whereas people who don't have very much money barely learn how to read and write and therefore never make a lot of money. And this is especially true in poor countries. Now, I was fortunate that I received a rich person's education, even though I didn't grow up rich. And it's because I'm an only child. And my mother, who was a single mother, spent all of her resources on my education. And this allowed me to come to college to the US and eventually get a PhD in computer science. Now, because of all of this, about 10 years ago, I decided I wanted to do something that would give equal access to education to everyone.
This totally legit influencer loves electric vehicles.
As if.
This IRL test drive will change your mind. Just like that, the influencer has become the influenced. Toyota BZ, one drive can change your mind.
Everyone. Oh, by the way, this is what I want to talk to you about today, giving equal access to education to everyone. At the time, I was a professor of computer science at Carnegie Mellon University, and I decided to work on this with my PhD student, Severin. The way my brain works, all of education is just too general of a problem. So I decided, let's start by teaching one thing. And then I started thinking, okay, well, what should we teach first? Should we teach math? I mean, we both love math. Me and my co-founder, we both love math. And, you know, we didn't decide to do math. Then we started thinking, well, maybe we should teach computer science. But eventually, and this is maybe surprising to people in North America, eventually we decided that the best subject to start with was teaching foreign languages. And let me tell you why. There's a number of...
And now I want to say something before he goes any further. I believe English should be a national language for America. And it's for many reasons. One of them he's fixing to talk about.
Reasons. One of them is that there's a huge audience for it. There's about 2 billion people in the world learning a foreign language, both in school and outside of schools. Most of these people, by the way, are learning English. About 80% of them are learning English. In
this big area here is green. That's Asia, Russia, India. Down here is towards the Philippines. This is most of Africa, most of Europe, Southern America, Central America. The green represents the language of English that's being learned around the world. These other colors are just Spanish, 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 Spanish. I don't know what the two blue colors are, and I don't know what that color is. But as you can see, a majority of the people in this world are learning English. Now listen to what he says, why they are learning English. And ask yourself, why do our schools not teach English if what he's saying is 100% true? Listen to what he says about what happens to people who learn English. And look at this right here. This is like a world map done. Like I said, this is the North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Europe, Asia, Russia, Australia. Now listen to what he says.
Weird map right here. All the countries in green are countries in which people are predominantly learning English. And the reason for that is because English can truly transform your life. In most countries in the world, knowledge of English can significantly increase your income potential. So this is another reason.
Knowing English can increase your earning potential. So if you can't get a job here in America, if you speak English, you can go to another country and get a real good job because you speak English. But if you don't learn English in America, well, you can't increase your earning power. And then you'll have to get someone up there telling you that you deserve $50 an hour for flipping burgers because you're not intelligent enough to do anything else and you need a living wage at a minimum wage job, which is outright stupid and asinine, but that's another story.
Reason why we decided to start with foreign languages, and it's because you can directly make more money if you learn another language, in particular English. And see, this is pretty different than many other subjects. For example, take math. In the case of math, just knowledge of math does not increase your income potential because usually you have to learn math to then learn physics, to then become a civil engineer. Like that's how you make more money. Whereas with languages, if you were a waiter and you learn English, now you can be a waiter at a hotel and make more money. So we decided, well, let's get started by teaching languages. Now, we also convinced ourselves that the only way to really reach a lot of people was by using a mobile phone, or a smartphone in particular. See, building schools all over the world is simply too expensive. On the other hand, most of the world's population already has access to a smartphone, and the trend is that that fraction is only going to increase. So we decided at the time that we would make a way to learn foreign languages on a mobile phone that was accessible to everyone. And then we called it Duolingo. Thank you. Now, in order to truly be accessible to everyone, rich and poor, Duolingo uses a freemium model to support itself. What that means is that you can learn as much as you want without ever having to pay. But if you don't pay, you may have to see an ad at the end of a lesson. Now, if you don't like ads, you can also pay to subscribe to turn off the ads. And it turns out that the vast majority of the revenue for Duolingo comes from people who pay to subscribe to turn off the ads. Now, who are these people who pay to subscribe to turn off the ads? Well, they're usually people, they're well-off people in rich countries like the US and Canada. Who are the people who don't pay to subscribe? They usually come from poorer countries like Brazil or Vietnam or Guatemala. So what I like about this model is that it is a small form of wealth redistribution, because we're basically getting the rich people to pay for the education of everyone. So I like that. Yes.
Dessert connects people with
Right now, we're
themselves,
paying
and dessert
for,
connects
ability to
people
watch.
with memory. I think of memories as like joy trails. It's a trail that reminds me like how far I've come and who I am.
I'd obviously be one of those poor people that
So
watch.
great. So with smartphones, we can reach a lot of people, and we can even get the rich people to pay for the whole thing. This is great. However, if you're trying to deliver education with a smartphone, you run into a humongous problem. And it is that smartphones come equipped with some of the most addictive drugs that humanity has ever engineered. TikTok, Instagram, mobile games. See, delivering education over a smartphone is like hoping that people will eat their broccoli, but right next to it, you put the most delicious dessert ever made. If you really want to deliver education to everyone, not only do you have to make it accessible, but also you have to make it so that people want to actually learn. And with Duolingo, we've been able to do this. And at the highest level, the way we've done this is by making the broccoli taste like dessert. I'll say it another way. What we've done is that we've used the same psychological techniques that apps like Instagram, TikTok, or mobile games use to keep people in.
The psychological techniques. It's very important. What he just said is applied to every commercial and most every advertisement you see out there.
Engaged, but in this case, we use them to keep people engaged, but with education. Let me give you some examples of these techniques. One of the most powerful ones is the notion of a streak. What a streak is it's just a counter that measures the number of days that you've used the product consecutively. You just take that number, you put it very prominently in your product, and then people come back every day. And the reason people come back every day is because, well, if they don't come back, that number resets to 0, and people don't want to lose their streak. It works.
Psychological.
Now, on the one side, streaks have been criticized for example, getting teens addicted to Snapchat. But in the case of an educational app, streaks get people to come back to study every day. Now, to give you an idea of the power of streaks, in the case of Duolingo, we have over 3 million daily active users that have a streak longer than 365. That means they haven't missed a day in the last year or longer. Now, fun fact about streaks. What country do you think has the longest average streaks
USA.
for an educational app? It's Japan.
Oh, wow.
Of course. Shortest average streaks? Latin America, baby. But we're fun. Hey, we're fun. Another important mechanism to get people to come back to your product are notifications. On the one side, notifications can be really spammy and annoying. But in the case of an educational product, people actually want to be reminded to learn. In the case of Duolingo, we have a very sophisticated AI system that basically chooses when to send a notification and also what to say in each notification to maximize the probability that people come back.
Psychology.
Now, interestingly, even after all this sophistication, it turns out that the algorithm for choosing what time to send you a notification is pretty simple. You know what is the best time to send people a notification? I'll tell you. It's 24 hours after they use the product last. Because, and there's an easy explanation. If you were free yesterday at 3 p.m., you're probably free today at 3 p.m. as well. So this is what a very sophisticated millions of dollars of AI found. It's funny. Now, with notifications, you shouldn't be spamming. And we're not spamming. With Duolingo, we actually stop sending notifications after 7 days of inactivity. So if you don't use Duolingo for 7 days, we stop sending you notifications. Now, at some point, it occurred to us, if we're stopping to send people notifications, we should let them know. So we started sending this notification to people saying, hey, these reminders don't seem to be working. We'll stop sending them for now. You know what people do when they get this notification?
They log on.
They come back. Passive aggressive.
Psychology.
Works for my mother, works for Duolingo.
When's the right time to get your financial house in order? With Northwestern Mutual, the right time is right now. A People First plan from a Northwestern Mutual financial advisor can show you better opportunities ahead and help you leave blind spots behind.
These passive-aggressive notifications are really good at getting people to come back because they feel like our green owl mascot has given up on them. So they come back. And speaking of our green owl mascot, by the way, because all our notifications come from our green owl mascot, and, well, he's passive-aggressive and also pretty pushy, this has given rise to a lot of memes on the internet that make fun of just the great lengths that he will go through to get you back to learn a language. Here's one of my favorite ones. It's a meme. It's one of my favorite ones. It's basically, looks like you forgot your Spanish lessons, and then there's an intruder alert. Presumably the owl broke into your house to get you to learn a language. Now, Duolingo has entered the zeitgeist, and there's thousands of memes. There's SNL skits about it. And it's because we've managed to get people to want to learn a language by using the same techniques that mobile games and social media use to get people engaged.
They use the same psychology that gets our kids hooked on TikTok and Instagram to get people hooked on learning. Wow, what an awesome concept. Bet no one thought of that a long time ago.
And this is a really important point. Let me say this. I don't actually believe that there's a way to make an educational app be as engaging as something like TikTok or Instagram or mobile games. But the good news is that, and by the way, the reason I don't believe that is because ultimately you have to teach people something, and it's hard to compete with like cats and celebrities. But the good news is that I don't think you have to. See, here's the thing. When you're learning something, you get meaning out of it. Whereas when you're scrolling for 2 hours on Instagram, a lot of times afterwards, you feel like you just wasted your time. So I think it's actually okay if your educational product is only 80 or 90% as engaging as something like TikTok, because the other 10 or 20% will be provided by people's internal motivation, though, of course, not much more than that. This is really a key point. If you want to get people to do something meaningful, you can use the same techniques that apps like social media use to get people to do it. And even if you're not as engaging as those apps are, you can still get hundreds of millions of people to use your product. In the case of Duolingo, for example, there are more people learning languages on Duolingo in the United States than there are people learning languages across all US high schools combined. And this is true in most countries in the world. My hope is that, well, I know we can do this, but my hope is that as humanity, we can do what Duolingo has done for learning languages, but for all other subjects, where we can get people to learn math with mobile phones, like millions of people to learn math with mobile phones, or physics, or whatever. I hope for a future in which screen time is not a bad thing, in which we can deliver high-quality education to everyone, rich or poor, using a mobile phone. But the single most important thing that I can end this talk with is a reminder to please, pretty please, I beg you, do your language lessons today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there you go. Excuse me. Why'd that come off? There we go. I didn't want that to come off. Yeah, I do. 79. That would be awesome of you. I'd appreciate it. It works both ways. They don't care. Thumbs up, thumbs down. But again, that's psychological stuff. A thumbs up and thumbs down just means you're getting interactions. It's to notify the person of a positive or negative interaction, but you still get the interaction, which stimulates the algorithms. So it's irrelevant whether it's a thumbs up or thumbs down, unless it's for the content creator. And if the content creator wants to make subjects that are controversial, he'll get a lot of thumbs down, or she'll get a lot of thumbs down, but the algorithm will still be stimulated and that person's channel will grow. You just got to know how to use the technology and what the technology was made for and how they're changing the technology, because it used to be different. Thumbs down didn't get counted, but now they're like, hey, we'll fucking make thumbs up and thumbs down stimulate the algorithm. And that's why thumbs down doesn't matter. Thumbs up or thumbs down, really, it's just an indicator for the algorithm. For chat stimulation and for the content creator to determine whether or not. No, I cannot see the thumbs down. As long as you don't shake my hand after you accomplish your mission. Because I don't want any thumb on my hand that's been up somebody's booty. I do have hand sanitizer. Yeah, it's like I said, it's all for the algo. That's why they took away the representation of the thumbs down when you click it. I appreciate it. You should really have sympathy for me and share. Get a lot more people in here to have sympathy for me. Also take advantage of the great information I give. Yes, happy holidays to everyone. Speaking of happy holidays, have you seen, what is it? Let's see if I got it here. No, I'm going to click up here and look for it. Dude, this thing is freaking awesome. And it's only getting better by the day. And I'm going to share the screen right now so you can see what I'm looking at. It's a beautiful thing. No one ever cares about it. But look at that. What you're looking at is the silver to platinum ratio. Up here is 120 at the top, 100, 80, 60 ounces of silver for platinum, 40 ounces of silver for platinum. Woo, and now what are we at? We're at 27.5 ounces of silver will get you a platinum. Holy macaroni and cheese. But yet back here, what year is this? I guess it'll tell me what year. October 20th, 2025, it took 124, almost 100 more ounces of silver to get an ounce of platinum. Look at that. Hold on, let's check this out here. Because this is where platinum's going, people. Look at that, 144, 137. Platinum's going to hit this right here. It's going to go above this, where you'll have to, at today's price, you'll have to turn in 153 ounces of silver to get one platinum, because that's how high platinum's going to go related to silver. But right now, all you got to do is turn in 28 ounces of silver to get 1 ounce of platinum. I don't know why people aren't talking about this chart. This chart here is the most awesomest chart in the world. And yeah, platinum, baby, platinum. And then for everyone else who likes all these others, I would hold on to, yeah, well, there's some stuff there. Let's see. Homegrown. Okay, let's see what the weed. Yes. Speaking of the weed, we'll go with this statement here of Gerald. Next year, sometime, I expect when the economy is at its worst, Congress will pass or okay the rescheduling of marijuana from class 1 to class 3. And just to prove my point, and I've done this before, when did the Justice Department and DEA start working on decriminalizing weed. I'm asking Google, see what Google says. It's not giving me the same answer it did last time. But trust me, they're working on it. If you go back at one of my older videos, I've actually showed it was November 2024. Both the DEA and Justice Department started working on the language, legal language, that would be needed to reclassify it from the class 1 to the class 3. When that happens. But the platinum chart. Hey, everyone's got their opinion, baby. Everyone's got their opinion. What I will say is, though, everybody is down in stocks and crypto and all this other cool stuff. I told people to buy this one when it was at 0.035. And yes, it is down. But if you bought it at 0.035, it's now at 0.050. You would be up 30%. Even though it's down, you would have still been up had you bought when I told you guys to buy it, Clean Air Metals. And today, I will still tell you, at that cheaper price, it's worth buying. And I can show you the other stocks and whatnot that I talked about. But you just go back and watch my videos. And actually, as far as that goes, what you need to do in research is research that, Google that. Or I'll Google it so we can all look at it because I got time. I ain't got nothing going on. That's why I'm online right now. Okay, here we go. Let's see what ISO, that Neil just throws out this stupid shit saying ISO this, ISO that. Neil, you don't know what you're talking about. Let's see what Google says. Let's see. ISO 222 is a global financial messaging standard providing a common language for industry, enabling richer, structured data. Hold on. XML-based payments for securities and trading improvements in automation and reclamation, allowing detailed information, invoice numbers directly translated with major market infrastructures like SWIFT, Fedware, completing or undergoing significant global migration to it, replacing older forms of the SWIFT. So, as in any good financial war, if your enemy, quote unquote, BRICS, develops a BRICS network, getting away from your network, which was ours with SWIFT, you have to come up with something better. ISO 222 is, let me see, where is it? Automation and reclamation, allowing detailed information like invoices directly in transactions with major markets and infrastructures like SWIFT Fedware, completing or undergoing a significant global migration to it, replacing older formats like SWIFT MT messaging. So the ISO 222 is SWIFT 2.0. It's our answer to BRICS dollar, or whatever you guys think is going to happen with BRICS. Of what? For what? The Clean Air Metals? It's a small company right now. They're still a exploration company, but they've got the rights for mining, and they're in the middle of transitioning into a mining company so they can actually mine the platinum they've discovered in Thunder Bay. I think it was March of this year. They did the paperwork to start the transition from an exploration company to an actual physical mining company. So their stock will jump up once that paperwork gets approved, because then everyone will know that they can actually mine the platinum that they've done the surveys on, and they can bring up all that rich ore, and they're going to start jumping in price. I think I have a email. Let me check my emails. I think I have an email from Clean Air Metals. Let me see here. No, hold on. I got one from Platinum Council. Yeah, I only got one from the Platinum Council. I'm sorry. I thought it was from Clean Air Metals. But November 27th, Platinum Council sent me an update for it's a further palladium market. I'm not too big into palladium, so I don't talk about it much. Oh, the replacement for this, it's the ISO 222. Hold on a second. What crypto is included in the ISO 222? All right, here we go. This is a good one for you. Let me share screen. You don't even get this information from Ninja, people. I'm Ninja's mod, but you ain't getting this information from him. You get this information from me. Neil Hahn. While no crypto is inherently part of the ISO 222 standard, which is the financial messaging service, cryptocurrencies and DLTs like XRP, XLM, HBAR, Mito, CDC networks, Algorand, Cardano, and Quant are building or adapting their system to be compliant or interpretable with ISO 222, aiming to bridge crypto with traditional finance for better cross-border payments and financial integration. So there you go. You want to know what crypto you need to look at? I got them highlighted in blue right there. Those are the ones I'd look at. And those are the ones I've talked about. Not XRP. Everyone talks about XRP. XLM, HBAR, Myota I've never talked about. XDC I have, Algorand I have, Cardano I have, and Quantum I have not. But those are the ones you want if you're looking at any cryptos for future stability in the crypto market or in your investments in crypto, because they're looking to become compliant with ISO 222, which means they will be accepted worldwide as a financial transaction system for whatever part of that system those individual cryptocurrency companies or whatever you want to call them fulfill in their cryptocurrency, whatever. So they're going to be part of it. No, he might come across like that, but the information he gives, brother, is top notch, top fucking notch. And not only does he give information, when you give him good information, if it's solid information, he'll acknowledge it. He'll acknowledge it. He's not like a used car salesman at all in that aspect. As far as selling stuff, the stuff he's selling, yeah, he's doing it in the same psychology, I guess, as a used car salesman, but you're not getting a used car. You're getting something a hell of a lot better when you buy his shit. Because I've used his shit. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a dumbass, and I'm his administrative mod. I 100% support him. The psychology does drive people off because it is reminiscent of a used car salesman, yes. But he's not selling used cars. He's selling information and knowledge. So that's where the differentiation of the individual who hears him, they need to make that critical thinking adjustment and realize, oh, he's only using the psychology to get more people into it because he's concerned about the individual. He wants to get it out to the masses, because if he can get it out to the masses, there's lots more individuals that are getting it, because his main goal is to get people informed. And how do you do that? Through psychology. How do you get the attention? Well, I guess you do kind of sort of like a used car salesman. Hey, he's got over 500,000 subscribers. I've only got 5,000. It must freaking work. Oh, well, Platinar, that's a stock. That's not a cryptocurrency. That's a stock. That's a whole different thing. And I lay off Platinar. Although right now I've never talked. Oh, I talked about New Scale once. The reason why is because their stock just fell like 450%, and I knew they were. But since their stock's fallen, I'm going to take a look at them and see if they're worth looking at for your guys' time, energy, and effort. Only because it's actually they've already crashed. I just need to look and see if they're going to crash any further before they go back up, or get put out of business for being overhyped altogether. Like I said, I haven't done any research on it, but I knew they were too hyped up. Kind of like OKLO, I knew they were too hyped up once they got over 100. Yeah, large companies are going to be around for a while, brother. You need to learn how, again, I've tried to explain this to people. America just made the world's first trillionaire. And yes, the American government did it. No one out there in the world is a billionaire or more without the government of that country allowing them to get that money. Because you can always tax and regulate and have that person take that money, get that money from that person. You can stop businesses, or as a report that I've done on Burkina Faso and Ibrahim Traoré stating Burkina Faso needs to make a few billionaires. Why would a political party need to make a few billionaires? Y'all need to think seriously about this. All for corruption. Oh, yeah, for this. Okay, no, seriously. Not just put your instant thought on what it is. Actually research the economics advantage of countries having billionaires inside that country, and you will find out how strong your economy is. Or, excuse me, how much control you have over the growth of your economy. Because if you don't have any billionaires in your country, you don't control your economy. And other people are stealing your fucking wealth. If you're growing billionaires, you're gaining wealth in your country. That's another reason why I brought up America's gained over 115 billionaires since 2020. So that must mean we're gaining wealth. Now, are we individually in particular getting it? Well, of course not. We're not billionaires. But when you make 115 or more billionaires, you've made a couple thousand multimillionaires and then tens of thousands of millionaires. So there are people out there making crap loads of fucking money. And that's why I'm doing my show. I'm trying to introduce you guys to that level of making money. Now talking about Elon Musk, he just got approved for his $1 trillion payout. Now everyone's instantly, oh, it's $1 trillion payout, blah, blah, Elon Musk. And you throw out these little feelings and emotions. When actually, if you want to become wealthy, what you need to do is you need to look at Elon Musk's contract, which is publicly available, and see what achievements he has to achieve to get his $1 trillion payout. And if you find out that he's got to expand SpaceX or do something like that and meet some other goals to get his $1 trillion payout, invest in that, because he's going to make it happen, which means that's going to grow. That sector's going to grow. So whatever's in Elon Musk's pay package that'll get him paid $1 trillion, he has to meet goals. He will meet those goals. Those goals will be growing certain companies. Find out what his goals have to be by contract for him to get his $1 trillion payout and invest in those companies. You will be wealthy. It's that fucking easy. I just gave you Nancy Pelosi's key to the fucking White House of stock picks. That's how you do it. You go to every fucking CEO and see how he's getting paid. What landmarks does he have to reach with that company to get his bonuses? And invest in that, because he's going to make his bonus, which means whatever he has to do to get that bonus is going to make money. Voila. Now you know how they're going to make money and grow their company. That means you can make money too. What's stopping you from being rich? You. I just gave you the keys to make millions of dollars. Invest in whatever Elon Musk has to get done to meet the benchmarks to get his $1 trillion fucking paycheck. It's all contracted and public information. This says he has to grow the Boring Company, invest in the Boring Company. This says he's got to grow Tesla, invest in Tesla. If it says he has to grow fucking SpaceX, invest in SpaceX, because he's going to get his $1 trillion paycheck, which means he's going to grow those companies to the point where there is enough of a profit margin for the board members to give him $1 trillion. That means he's got to make $10 trillion for those companies. They're not that big right now. That means they're going to grow. Invest in them now. It's guaranteed they're going to grow. It's that easy. Yes, you can. You can very well easily become a billionaire, starting with nothing. I'll do a Google search, see how quickly I can find. Maybe not billionaire. Well, I'll put in billionaire. How many billionaires started with nothing? Quick, and I don't trust Google. I just throw it in there because it's gonna come up with something, right? And it's usually gonna be a lie, but it's the quickest information you can get, and then you can do other follow-up research from that. What I entered is how many billionaires started out with nothing. Okay, what we have here. A significant portion of billionaires are self-made, meaning they built their fortunes without inheritance without estimates suggesting over 70-80% of the U.S. don't rely on family wealth, while most started with advantages, middle-class education. A notable number of genuinely began with very little, like Oprah Winfrey or Howard Schultz, showing that starting from nothing, poverty, is possible, but less common than starting with foundational support. So there you go. That's a false statement. That's a false statement. That's an attitude adjustment. You need to readjust your attitude to a more actual thought process, so that way you can make better decisions. And hey, what's up, Callie? Hey, you need to change that to Callie was my love. Been a while. Just making fun of your name. I live in Cali too, North Cal. I will. Oh, I know. I just read what Google said and what Google gave out. But you can become wealthy from nothing. The research Warren Buffett, he had middle class bringing. He was okay, but he really didn't start making money till he was 55. Because at most people's intellect and wisdom all don't align until you're in your 40s or 50s. And usually by then you're already stuck in other elements of life that are sucking you dry, and you can't take advantage of the knowledge that you have because you've already put yourself in positions that don't allow that to happen. So that takes away a lot of opportunity from a lot of people. So very few people at that age, like myself, are single, don't have those commitments, don't have those money drains to them, don't have to bring in, they're not locked into anything. So you can be creative and inventive. And that's what you sort of need to be, and a critical thinker to be a billionaire, and be able to take advantage of things that you know is going to happen. But next year, I will be starting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 companies, possibly 6. It might not be all next year. It might be next year and in 27, because it's going to take a little bit to get them all started. But yeah, they're already started. Don't know if I'll be a billionaire, but I'll definitely be working on the multi-millionaire part real quick within like 3 to 5 years. Maybe sooner. Technology is a wonderful thing. Like my catamaran business, there's a couple ways it could take off overnight. Of course, profit margin on one of the routes isn't as high as doing it the other route, but the length of time it would take to get profit from the other routes not as fast as doing it the first route. So there's business decisions that have been made on that one. But Either way, the catamaran will be made, and profit. I'll get some of the profit off of it. And the jewelry company is going to be started by January. Lightning Strike company will probably be started by April. Catamaran company will probably be started sometime in the summer of next year. Festivals and Events Property Company will be started probably fall of next year. And my bee company, I can start that anytime. And then I have time to actually have a couple of the my models created so I can get them out there. That'll probably be the last one I do. It'll take the most time. And I'll enjoy that one the most, actually. It'll be most satisfying, but won't be most profitable by any means. And you can stand with your statement. Again, you might want to change perspectives because that statement puts roadblocks in your own mind to keep you from being wealthy. I'm not saying that to be mean. It's a psychological roadblock you're putting. It's like saying, I can't. Of course you can't. You just said you couldn't. So you put a psychological block in your mind, guaranteeing that even if you try, you'll probably fail because you told yourself you can't. See, that's the psychology. That's why I've been talking about the psychology tonight. And the psychology is saying, it can't be done. I can't do it. Can't. Well, of course you can't. I guarantee you can't. But now if you say, I'm unaware of how it can be done, but I'm sure it's possible, you have a different, your life will be a lot different. Opportunities will be presented to you. No, they won't be presented. You'll actually be able to see them as opportunities by your perspective on viewing things. If you have a negative perspective of view on the way you view things, you don't see the opportunities that are out there for you to make money off of, or prosper off of, or have a better life off of. So it's all in the way you look at things. So when I say you need to change perspective, it's not in a mean way. It's in a beneficial for yourself way. Trust me, dude, I've had most everything that anyone could have bad happen to a human being happen to me. Not too many people in this world can compete with in America anyhow, can compete with the bad shit that's happened over your lifetime that should have broke you, as I have. I've had my half brother kill himself. I've had a good friend of mine blow his fucking head out. I mean, I've had bad shit happen. My mom and dad both dead on me. Just like everyone else. But it's your attitude, the way you perceive things. So if you perceive them in a negative manner, you're not going to get positive results in your general life, and you're not going to be aware of all the opportunities that are actually being presented to you because you're refusing to see them by your outlook, basically. And that's perception. And that's why I say perception is key, or perspective. And I can validate that statement because more famous and rich people than me have used the statement, build it and they will come. Do you understand the psychology of that? That's a total 100% positive statement. What that basically means psychologically is do whatever the hell you want, do it long enough, and you'll be successful. And that also falls into the 10,000 hour premise. If you put 10,000 hours into anything, you'll be an expert at it. So if you build it, they will come within 10,000 hours because you'll be an expert at it. So therefore, the statement of build it and they will come is a psychological termination, a term used to make you feel positive so that you can have positive results in your life and not negative ones. And there's lots of good positive sayings like that. People just don't understand them. Sorry, there's some shit on my computer. Gotta blow it off. Probably cat stuff. That's because you don't want to be the person that starts charities and builds homeless centers and stuff like that. So you don't need money, and you don't look at it that way. It's not for you, apparently, but it is for somebody because someone has to do it. You see how open that is, open-minded that is, and not negative? Just my perspective on your statement there. I don't see a billionaire as a good use of my time. For you, it's not, because you don't see the benefits of using that money in a positive way. So it would be a bad use of your time to be rich. No, you're not an expert, Joel. You bring up, you allow people to hear my explanation in a more positive manner of how you're presenting things to me. Anyhow, not that anyone should. Well, everyone should be positive, but I mean, I'm not forced. I don't Let me go back to my banners here. Let's see. That banner, that banner, that banner, and for psychology, that banner. What's up, Mike? Mike, you need to raise taxes in Washington because I'm going to be moving down towards the Florida way, and I want nice roads down there. So if you keep buying berries with your tax money in Florida, you'll be able to make nicer roads for me to drive on. And I'll let you know how well your tax dollar is being spent. And you can let me know how well the product is you spent your tax dollar on. It's scratch my back, scratch yours. I'm being kind, helpful, and grateful. Sticking with the program. Just being sarcastic and asshole-ish about it, but still sticking with the program. That's right. You should start making. Well, you can't make fun of California. Everyone knows it's a punk ass state. Yeah. 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 Deplorable. You're not blocked. You need to work at being a troll. Yeah, those banners actually saved me from getting strikes, brother. Yeah, you guys are paying for the Florida to build your ferry, so they're going to build you a Florida ferry and ship it to Washington so you guys can use it. But you still have to pay for it with Washington tax dollars, not federal tax dollars. I'll take pictures of it being made if you want. It's probably being made. Actually, they probably contracted with Mobile, Alabama to make it. They got a big old ass shipyard, and they got a steel mill about 30 years ago. They built just north of Mobile, Alabama, specifically to supply the port of Mobile. Here, see, now this is fucking rich people knowledge. I knew they were building a steel mill north of Mobile to provide steel for Mobile, the port of Mobile, to build warships for the contracts they had with the government. I could have invested in that steel mill when it first started getting built, and I'd have been rich by now. But my mindset wasn't in that way. But I knew they were doing it because my mindset was on work. When I retire, I'm going to be down in that area, which means there's a lot of ironwork, non-union. I can get top pay if I get all of my union certifications, which I get for free being in the union, and then retire early from the union and go down there. I'll be able to work non-union and make top dollar because they got a lot of steel work. So I've kept up with it for work purposes, and I wasn't looking at it as an investment opportunity back then because I was like, in my 30s. I didn't have the same mindset that I do now. Anything that's going to happen to any other state is already done that way, and it's done in the California way. If you have a Democrat in charge of your state, you've already been California. You've received Californication. Dream of Californication. New York was Californication. Californication. Yeah. That is the important thing. I actually did a show on how a country stays rich and why illegal immigration is, again, an economic war, which tells me that most of the money that probably paid for those people to walk those 2,000 miles was paid for by China because they have an economic war with us. Because if you have us bring in 20 million people, they get minimum wage jobs at $10 an hour, and they send $5 an hour out of your country and out of your economy, you have just they have weakened your economy. And because of your feelings of them needing a life, you're killing yourself. And that's where the Department of Education 20, 30 years ago decided to quit teaching home economics and anything about economics, because they needed a generation of dumbasses that they could convince that their feelings are more important than the reality of what's going to happen to your kids if you keep up with your feelings. Well, they deserve it. No, they don't. If they stayed in this country and integrated the way, here's the way you need to look at it. After World War II, do you think there were 0 Germans in America speaking German? How many Germans do you think speak American now? Let's do a Google search. No, I don't even have to. I know the statistics. In 1950, 49% of Americans spoke German. How many speak German now? It's called integration. Now, ask the same thing about Mexican and Spanish language. Yeah, you get a different story because they don't integrate. There's the problem right there. Integration. You can stop that several easy psychological ways. Make English the national language, and their heritage gets wiped away just like the German heritage got wiped away, along with the German language that was spoke here in America fluently up until about 1960s. Yeah, funny how that works. But hey, let's shit on our own selves and disgrace and soil our own people and our own parents and grandparents and allow others to come in and force us to integrate to their third world country here in the first world nation of America. Just doesn't make sense. If you're going to a country, when I went to Italy back in 1972, I was 73, 4, and 5. 73, 4, 5. We had to integrate into the Italian social system. They didn't speak American to appease us. I had to learn Italian as a second grader to talk to them, or else they wouldn't talk to me. Not a one of them. I was a cute little kid, a little angel, little blonde-haired, gorgeous little boy. They didn't change. Their feelings they didn't give a shit. You integrate here. You're living in our country. You learn our ways. And that's how I grew up. I grew up in a lot of countries, and I had to integrate into every damn one of them, except for America. So that's why I have my attitude, because I've actually lived in other countries, and you actually have to integrate into their system to be accepted. Except in America. Go to Japan as an Islamist. Try and buy a house. They'll tell you get fucked. Their law says you can't own land because you don't integrate. You change society, and they will have none of it. They're real. They're honest. And their law states it. We bring our feelings in it, and we get women out there and LGBTs. Oh, but feelings, nothing more than feelings. I don't give a fuck about feelings. You don't run a country off feelings. We need to make English national language, and that'll solve a lot of problems. We'll save so much tax dollars on printing things in 87 different languages that our tax dollar pays for now because we don't have the intelligence to make everyone here learn to read and write English. So we take our tax dollar and we come up with a whole industry of cutting down trees to make paper, and then we pay people to protest cutting down trees. See the stupidity of it all if you really look at it from a larger perspective? And if you look at it from a larger perspective, you know what's bullshit and what not to bother with, and you go straight where the money's going. It's called get your feelings out of it and start making money. Feelings is a good song. I think Lionel Richie did it. It's not an investment strategy. It's a song. Keep it a song. Don't bet the house on it being fucking going up on the stock market. You know, every other country, Italy's national language is Italian. Germany's national language is German. Russia's national language is Russian. Australia's national language is English. England's national language is English. America, we don't have a national language. See a problem? Yeah, we're spending a lot of money. You want fraud and abuse? Look at how much money we spend on fucking languages to be printed out so that everyone understands. If you lived out here, you'd understand it better. I go into San Francisco, which I haven't for several years because it's kind of real nasty. But when I used to go there, I'd walk through Chinatown, Koreatown, Japantown, and little Germany, and they'd have signs in German and Chinese and Korean and in Japanese. And we have to print every legal document here in America to every citizen. And I think it's 87 languages. That's 86 replications or wastes of money, all because we don't have the balls to make English the national language. You know how quickly people would learn English if we made it a national language? 2 years. Most of the people would be reading and writing English, and this problem would be going away. And those that don't have the intellect to be able to fucking learn, well, they wouldn't be coming in this country because you know what? Look back at Ellis Island. Do a Google search. What percentage of people got turned away at Ellis Island? Yeah, you'll be surprised at the percentage. 20%, 25% got turned away. Oh, the poor immigrants, you took all of them before. The fuck we did. That's your feeling lie. We never took 100% of immigrants. We had stronger immigration laws back then than we do now. We're pussies now comparatively. And our country shows it. We need to tighten our boots and our belt strap and get some intelligence and go back and read history and see what happens if you don't follow it. And ask yourself the question, why did the Department of Education quit teaching economics, home economics, any kind of economics? Why'd they do this? And start asking intelligent questions. And then when you get the answers, you'll be amazed at what following the crowd gets you. Gets you a whole bunch of stupid and falling off the cliff with the rest of the lemmings. Critical thinking, people. They've made us stupid over 40 years. Luckily for me, I grew up in other countries, and I had to learn how to be an adult before my childhood was even half over. Because how many of y'all have had to integrate into other societies that don't speak English? I had to do it twice before I was 12. So I have a lifetime of fucking experience that most people die in America not even having. And Clinton broke the immigration laws. There's actually literal evidence of that. We did a national survey when Clinton was in office. He asked if he wanted to do the census that was sent out was, do you want to expand immigration? 80% of Americans said no. What did Clinton do? He tripled immigration. Exact opposite of what 80% of the nation wanted. So at that point in time, we were no longer land of the free, home of the brave, run by Americans, American we the people. Yeah, no, Clinton fucking ran it back then. And actually, it was the wife. Because any of you guys that are married know that your wife runs the household, you know. Sorry, I grabbed some potassium pills right now. I think it's some cramps in my toes. But yeah, there's a lot of fucked up shit. Now, I think what Obama did is he made having a garden illegal. But none of y'all know about that. If you have even one tomato growing, according to the who is that, agricultural department under the Obama administration, they okayed, if you have one vegetable growing, you have to register it and allow access for Food and Drug Administration to come by and inspect it 24/7. Have to have access to it. If not, you're a felon. You know how many of you guys are felons and don't even know it? Have you ever grown basil, tomato, carrot, cucumber, watermelon, and not registered it as a garden with the Food and Drug Administration? Yeah, no one does that. Well, you know, we never had a problem with this when we didn't have so many people caring about feelings, and we actually followed the law that was on the books. And then we started electing people that didn't follow the laws on the books. And then we started having problems. So the way to solve that problem is to undo everything that the dummies did that they didn't follow the law, right as many of the wrongs as possible, get rid of as many of the people as possible. A lot of these people came in and they were given paperwork when they walked through the border saying, here, your court date's in 2 years. And they missed their court date. So not only did they enter illegal, but they did follow a bullshit law to keep them here, which means legally they could stay here if they met their court date. 99% of them never met the court date, which means every one of them that was given that court date to show when they walked straight across the border, they all violated the law. So even though the Democrats are saying that they were given the right to cross the border, which actually they were because we shut down the system to vet them, they were still given a piece of paper saying they had to show up at court at a certain date. And damn near none of them have, which at that point in time does mean each and every one of them broke the law and deserves deportation without any paperwork to suggest that they should stay. That's the law. Where'd she get permanent residency to? No, hardest language to learn is Chinese. Russian is difficult because of the spelling throws you off, just like Chinese. But man, It's a lot easier in Chinese. There's Chinese ting sao and ting sao. Both sound the same, but with the inflection, they mean two different things. And that is actually the most complicated language in the world to learn is English, because we have a lot more different meanings for words depending on how they're used in the sentence, and also the infraction of the word. For example, the word dude, you can say, "Hey, dude, what's up?" A greeting, or dude. What impression did you get when I said the word like that, dude, or dude? And you see the infraction used in the word, just in the word dude, can get you to think it means different things. That's the Chinese language, and somewhat of Japanese, but mostly Chinese language. And it's everything. All of their words are like have 10 meanings, depending on how you say them. You got to learn how to say each word in a row to make a sentence. It's difficult. Oh, you do. Each of us has at least 5 felonies. Somewhere in Pennsylvania, there's a county where if you drive by a freaking horse and it whinnies, you're supposed to stop, dismantle your car, cover it with something so the horse can pass without whinnying. How many people do that? They got a law somewhere in Pennsylvania that if an acorn hits your carriage, i.e. car, it's a fine or something like that. They got so many freaking laws. They never take laws off the books. They only add new ones. It's like the Quran. You follow the newest law, but we're not taking any of them off the books. Oh, excuse me. No, it's more like communism. Because that way, it doesn't matter what you do. You broke the law because all the laws are still on the books. They just don't follow them. But if you break any one of them, or if they want to go after you, all the laws are still on the book back to the 1800s. You violated several of them, and they can throw you in jail. Yes, you're 100% correct. Deplorable. No, legal ones can stay. Illegal ones need to go. We need to just get back to a country of laws made by the people for the people. And if we come up with federal law voted on by the people that will allow illegals in here and we'll take our paychecks and give it to them, then, smart people will move and the rest of the people will lose the country. And hopefully we'll have spaceships by then, because this is the only free country in the fucking world. So if we lose it, there is no place to go. Gerald, don't chase away my watchers, man. I have so few. I'm playing. So if anyone wants to come up, obviously, as usual, pinned to the top is it's up there. It's Friday night, man. It's still early on the West Coast. It's only 7:30, bro. It's 9:30 where you're at. 10:30 on the East Coast. But here, it's only 7:30. See, Pete just got finished milking his, nope. Hold on. Let me do this right. Dad. Yeah, I got it on video. I got it on voice now. I can say it right. Pete he's a daddy. He had, 10 baby goats and got 10 more on the way. He's a busy man right now. So every time I talk to him, I'm like, Dad, come home. Because all he hears all day is, wah, wah, wah. And he needs to get vests, little fucking knitted sweaters for them goats, little baby goats, and just do a 30-second video of them running, put some hay bales out, let them jump on it shit. There you go, Pete. 12. Okay, you got 12 now. Put sweaters on those little fuckers, put some hay bales out, let them run and frolic around, and just video it, dude. I saw a chick that did that with her little lambs or goats, whatever they were. She had over 1 million views, man. I mean, it was cute as hell seeing those little fuckers in sweaters jumping around like that, little baby sheep goat do, but you can probably make some money off them fuckers. Yes, most likely. It all depends. Well, yeah, no, they do. Because you have federal, state, and county, and then city and or town. Yeah, okay, I thought you had 10 more to go. My bad. And that's why you want to live out in the county, so that way you don't have to fall under the county and city laws and state laws. You don't have to only have to follow the state and county laws. You don't have to follow city laws, because most of the city laws are more liberal leaning and the county laws are more conservative. And that makes the state you live in very important, whether the state is a liberal or conservative state. But then you got the federal government. So if someone takes over the federal government, weaponizes the federal government, we all fucked. And that's why I told everyone years ago, run for local office and get a lot of like-minded people living in your county. You can take over that whole county with your political beliefs and views, and you can legalize anything within federal law, constitutional law. You can legalize, and state constitutional law. You can legalize doing things in that town and in that county that other counties don't do. And if it's successful and works and you bring in revenue for that county and it improves the lifestyle of people, other counties start following the laws and regulations that you passed, and then the state follows it, and then the federal government follows it. And that's how you change the nation. It's not overnight. It never has been. It took us 40 years, 50 years to get here. It'll take us a good 30 to 40 to get out of it. We'll get out of it quicker if more good people step up and do the right thing. Oh, no, they're not going to take away my YouTube video. I have been keeping low blow. I've got like 13, 12 days, 11 days for one of my strikes to go away, and then like 21 or 22 days for both of my strikes to go away. And then I'll be able to go back and give some information where my videos will get deleted afterwards, and only those people watching will actually see it. But there's been some good information I've wanted to give you people about the history of money, but the YouTube show that does it will give me a strike if I show their shit. Basically, it's what I've told you, but they present it a lot better, because I'm not good at presentation. I'm not a cook. We can get some likes and shares going. Maybe we can get JM in here. Well, you're kind of busy, Dad. There's a science to the eye, the iris. All those black dots mean some sort of damage that person took in their lifetime that was catastrophic enough for the nerves to show the damage in the iris of the eye. From broken bones to nerve damage, organ failure. Are you getting hungry? Hold on, let me help you out. There you go. Now you can think about stuff to eat. Maybe some bacon. Bacon! And let's see, after you have the bacon, I got some other good pictures here. You can have some real healthy dessert. Do I have still? No, I don't have that picture. I had a picture. Oh, here we go. That's a good dinner right there. I had a picture of Quiet Silver of a bacon wrapped apple that you put in the oven, and you stick a toothpick through it, and it's apple wrapped in bacon. Stuff actually tastes pretty damn good. Yeah, that's what you need to be eating right there, man. Some good steak and potatoes. A1 sauce. Or barbecue sauce for the fries. Or whatever, sweet and sour sauce, whatever you like. Honey mustard, whatever. A lot of things that ranch seasoning goes good for fries. It depends on your personal taste. So anyone want to come up and start running your mouth? As you can tell, I don't put no video up. I can show my face. You might see a kitty cat run over my head. Right now, they seem pretty calm. Not too. Most of them are sleeping. I did do a short video where one of them climbed up on my head and fell asleep. That was kind of funny. Famous Dave's. You know, every quadrant of America has their different types of barbecues. It's fun to go to those down in the Southeast. It's last I remember, and I don't know if they're as fun now, but those barbecue cook-offs they have, the competitions. Oh my God. You want to find out what kind of barbecue you like? Go to those things and taste all of the different types of barbecue fashions, from your KC to whatever style of barbecue there is. This hot and spicy, the sweet and spicy, the whatever. You get them all. Alabama white? Oh, that shit's good too. But you get to determine what type of barbecue you like, and you also get samples of it and some good cooking, good eating. Turkey bacon, I have not tried. But I'm sure at like some of those barbecue cook-offs, they have all kinds of stuff like that. And around first week of January-ish, second week, maybe third, somewhere around there, I will have finally my gem jewelry thing for sale with osmium in it. I might be able to show some pieces. I'll have to see. Business is weird. You gotta make sure you take the right direction as first step out in public. Make it a good step. Don't fuck it up. And that goes with who you give the opportunity to open up presentation for your whatever it is you're making or wanting to distribute or advertise. You can screw a business up by doing it wrong. Or not. Well, yeah, definitely lose money for sure. And that's one thing I want to capitalize on in 2026 and onward is making a lot of money. Not just for myself, but for everyone involved with me. Because I'll be passing lots of opportunities for lots of people to make lots of money. Quiet! That was Silver, by the way. He sounds like a Siamese because he's half Siamese. I hate the Siamese meow. Had I known he was going to meow like that as a kitten, I would have left him outside. No, I wouldn't have. I don't do that to cats. I just put up with it. So any other subjects you guys want to talk about? I know last time I did live, we were talking about all the good space news that coming up and how all the space businesses were opening up and how all these billionaires in America were investing in space businesses, just to push the point that space businesses are the future, as I've been saying for years. Thus pushing the point that I know what I'm talking about, even though it sounds crazy. A couple of years ago when I was talking about space mining, you're crazy, I was never like nickel, like that you 79 and Jerry, like Gerald, like talking about nickel. He was always telling me I was stupid. Not really saying stupid, but he said it would never happen. It'll never happen. You know how he talks. Nope. Now we got billionaires saying, no, we're actually investing money in that fake, never done before thing. We're just going to throw money at it because, you know, what the hell, we've got so much money. Or they're actually going to be going out in space and having freaking data centers and mining the moon for hydrogen-3 and mining asteroids for platinum. Just as I've been saying. People be invested in what I be saying. You'd be rich one day. Even though I be talking like I be uneducated. I am uneducated. I can talk like a real stupid person if I want. I can also get myself a Scottish accent, you know. I can play many roles. I played a doctor on TV one time. But I'm pretty good at fucking this money game too. I guess it's innate. That was part of that 10,000 hour rule. And I remember in first grade, some older gentleman telling me who has made a lot of money in stocks. This is back in 1972, 3 maybe. I don't know, somewhere back then. Not so long ago. And he told me, because I was asking him, I guess that I was interested. I don't know why the fuck I was talking to him about it at that age. But I was talking to him about stocks because he mentioned he'd made a lot of money in stocks, and I overheard him. So I started talking to him and said I was interested. And he actually gave the little kid, Neil, at the day, there's some good information. He goes, if you want to play with the stock market, get a pen and paper, write down what stock you'd invest in and follow it for a couple of years and get the feel for it. Play the market with pen and paper, and so that way you don't lose no money and you still get the same experience without losing money. And when I was in first and second grade, that's what I did. So I actually worked a couple hundred hours on my being an expert at 10,000 hours. I knocked that out first and second grade, where most people these days who want to play stock market to put in a couple hundred hours that I already did as a kid, they have to do as an adult. And that's why you learn shit when you're a kid. It's very beneficial to you when you're an adult. What's up, Silver? And that goes back to that TED Talks video that I showed earlier on how they're using TikTok and Instagram psychology to get people interested in learning. And what they decided to teach them was languages. And they're using the same psychology that are making our kids stupid by watching TikTok and playing video games and being on Instagram. Same technology, just applied differently. People decided to quit being greedy with the technology and start using it for the advantageousness of the world. That's all it takes is a couple of good people doing the right thing. But you got to have that money and be in that position and be a good person to help that crusade go forward. It's a good crusade to back. Making education trendy and free. Hell yeah. I guarantee you the college would look at your application twice if you put down you knew 2 languages on top of English. They'd be like, what? You know, Spanish and Chinese, or Russian and Taiwanese, or, and English. Yeah, we'll take you on as a student, no matter what your GDP is, because you just got to, you're very linguistically talented. And quite frankly, you can't increase or decrease your IQ. That's a misnomenclature. IQ is a level of ability to learn. It's not that you're actually smart. It's your ability to learn, and you can unlearn things by letting dust gather on information in your brain, not using it. You can slow it down, but IQ doesn't change. You can't increase or decrease it. You can over time. I mean, you can't do it in a couple of years. Like society-wise, you actually can. Just make it illegal to marry your second cousin. And over a couple of generations, your population's IQ will go from 80 to about 120. Well, to at least 100 anyhow, which increases the IQ of the whole population. But it has to do with genetic stupidity. That's why it's illegal to marry your cousin here in America. You go to countries and look at countries that have that allow their people to marry their cousins and have kids, and you'll find overall average that society has a reduction of IQ of a major amount over societies that don't allow you to marry and have children with your cousin. So that means it's not a stereotype of any color or race or religion. It just means humanity gets stupid when we inbreed. And those countries that decide, hey, we don't want stupid society, we're not going to allow inbreeding. Don't allow inbreeding, and the society's IQ per capita rises. That's factual. But you can't raise your IQ overnight. I mean, you could do it over your lifetime, I imagine. It takes a while, though. But if you're born with a high IQ, and it just means your intelligence quotient, your ability to learn is high. It doesn't mean you've actually learned a lot. You could be a dumbass with a high IQ. So don't let IQ fucking throw you off. Quiet, Silver. They know you're here. Everyone, they already said hi to you. You just missed it. So shut up. Although I did see a video of a guy who had like 200 plus IQ, and He was weird. It was hard to follow him, man. It felt freaky. I couldn't watch the documentary that he put out because it was his presentation was too. No matter how smart he was, he could not fucking get that information across. Which happens to a lot of smart people. There was this one family. Parents were both professors. Fucking, they crammed their little children with lots of knowledge. Got them, tested their IQs. Their IQs were like 180 plus. They had 3 kids. Of all 3 of the kids, not one of them did anything of significance other than withdraw from society. Well, silver burgers. I wasn't going to break it down by society, but yeah, the Muslims are the ones that allow marrying your cousins. And the average IQ of a Saudi Arabian or Middle Easterner, in general, the average IQ of that area of society is 80 and less, because they allow inbreeding, marrying of your cousins. So yeah, when they move to your country, it's an invasion, unless you force them to integrate, which goes back to earlier on in the conversation of integration. If you don't force integration, you're going to lose your society. Look at the Germans. We forced the Germans to integrate. No one knows about the German society anymore, or history, or cares about it, or talks about it. But we talk about the Spanish one because, well, we're starting to learn Spanish because they don't integrate. So we have to integrate to them, which lowers the level of our society, which ultimately will lower the IQ of the general population. Oh, I don't tell. That's why I get strikes, Silver. I tell facts. I don't. I might try and color code it a little bit, or sugar coat it, but mostly I don't, because the truth is the truth. It is what it is. If it's sweet or sour, it doesn't matter. It's still the truth. And these are facts that I give. Can they change? Yeah. Have they changed? No. So it is what it is. Yeah, I don't talk about a lot of these things because right now I got 2 YouTube strikes. I got to get rid of at least one before they give me another one. If I get 3, I'm gone permanently. I'm riding on 2 right now, riding the fence line. That's why I haven't been doing too many lives, because I don't want to take a chance of saying something that they'll give me the 3rd strike for. Because I just give out too much truthful information, man. My whole show, my whole 3.5-year career on this freaking YouTube shit's been two strikes, 1 strike, 2 strikes, 1 strike. Very little time have I run my show without at least 1 strike in 3.5 years. Oh my God, I'm gonna fucking time you out, 79. I know it. How do I time her out? Ooh, I can put you in timeout. Ooh, doing it. Now I got to figure out how to undo it. How do I undo it? Yeah, I know. I did it, but I don't know how to undo it now. Let me go to the other side here. Oh, it just says it was deleted. She's not timed out. But I can put her in timeout now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now she's in timeout for 10 more seconds. Now I might need JM to come in here and make sure, as I started out timing her out on StreamYard, and I've never done that before, so I want to make sure I didn't really ban her. Because it says, you guys know fighting. It says on StreamYard that she was banned, and then I go over to the YouTube and it just says that her message was deleted. Yeah, I'm gonna need JM's help on this one. Oh, no, there she is. No, I timed you out for 10 seconds. But you didn't say anything, so you didn't realize it. So it's kind of useless if you don't keep talking, 79. Here, just hold on a second. Say something now, 79. There we go. On YouTube, I timed you out for 10 seconds, but I think you can still see your comments on StreamYard, which makes it very difficult to fuck with you. Yeah, steak and potatoes, brother. I'm looking at it too. All I got's pizza in the oven, or in the refrigerator. But I have ham and salami, so I can make it a meat lover's pizza, and that would be almost as good as steak. Well, you never talked to me, 79. You only spoke at me, so that's cool. That means nothing's going to change. What are you guys doing in there? Quit it. Freaking cats. Well, that's okay. So basically, what you're saying is you're going to be normal to me. That's not a threat. I'm sorry. A threat would be you're going to be nice to me. No, Pete, I'm just messing with 79. That sounds delicious. Slow cooked marinated pork chops. But now, anytime you have pork chops in my world, applesauce has to be part of the meal. Unless the pork chop is damn good, and not too many people cook a good pork chop. Usually they turn out dry, or you need applesauce. At least that's my experience with my mom's cooking. What's up, Pete? I think Gerald's cooking up something good, and who else was cooking up something good? We got Silver Rudger. He's cooking up slow cooked marinated pork chops for dinner. I'm gonna have meat lovers pizza. Yeah, like I said, Gerald's the one cooking. He's a chef, actually. Mike could get some. Oh, I'm doing okay. Still looking for work. I actually brought this guy up on charges down to the Union Hall. We had the trial the other day. It was kind of funny. But it didn't give me a job, but I put a strike on his record so he can't screw another iron worker brother. But we got work coming, so we'll have some work. But, Pete, I do have a company, a gym company. And by the beginning of the year, I would like there's my email right there, Pete. I mean, the roaming pepper. I'm actually gonna need to get in touch with you and see if you would do some advertising for this product I got coming out the beginning part of next year. It's not a prepping product or anything like that. It's totally has nothing to do with what you're doing. But as a member of the community, you know, I'm turning it out and I'm looking for people to help me get the word out. So if you want to get in touch with me through that email, I'd like to talk to you more about that if you're interested. Yeah, it's an interesting. You'll either like it or be impressed, but it has nothing to do with prepping, other than it'll bring in money, which helps with everything. So I guess in a roundabout way, it does have to do with prepping because you can't buy prepping shit without money in this this is going to make money, hopefully. So in that aspect, I guess you could, in a roundabout way, say it's a prepper thing. No, 79. We're going to talk dirty in chat until I time you out. And then we'll just talk about you and talk dirty about you until you come back. And then you can rejoin the conversation. But no phone talk. We will have no phone talk. I want everything recorded in text format on the show. You know, so that way you can copy and paste and all that other stuff. I might not dare, but I swear. Is it an electric or gas powered? How's your day been, Pete, or the roaming prepper? I know you fly all around the place, man. Let me help you out a little bit here, and it'll be very little because not too many people watch my show. There we go. I'm bad at this crap. There we go. There's Pete's show. Hey, Pete, there you go. I got pinned to the top of the chat the link if you want to come up here and chit chat on stage. Yeah, I was talking about the guy like shit. There's 3 billionaires investing in space for data processing centers and stuff like that. And the billionaire that sold out of Ripple like 6 or 8 years ago, he got like 2.2 billion. He's sinking 1.2 billion into building a private space station. There's a couple of Russian rich people building private space stations. And I believe Bezos is building a private space station to be rented out to companies and other people that want to use them rather than an international space station. So, like it, love it, leave it. Billionaires are investing in space. So, if you want long-term investment opportunities at a ground floor level, this is the time in history to get in. In 10 years, you'll be like, damn, I wish I'd have listened to Neil and got in back when it was cheap to get in. It's going to be like Apple Computer and Microsoft at the very beginning. It's just happening all over again in a different format. Those that get in early. Same thing's happening with crypto. Those that get in early are going to be happy as hell. Those that don't aren't going to be as happy. But we did the ISOs, so you know what cryptos to look at. I've already mentioned all but 2 of them in previous shows I've done. They're gonna be good because they're becoming Swift 2.0 accepted, which means, well, you know, it's pretty much a digital future. You guys are really dogging on Nickel, man. I try not to talk about people. as a practice, I found it actually a good practice. But that's just me. So does anyone want to come up on stage? Pete, come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy, you fly Mexican guy. See, the saying fly white guy didn't work, sorry. You fly Hispanic guy, yeah, you know, that didn't sound as good either. Well, you have two social experiments that are deplorable going on in the world right now. One is down in, I believe, Ecuador with the BTC country economy running on BTC. And then you've got another social experiment going on in Burkina Faso and Mali and Niger, where they're changing and doing a full gold back currency. And those are the two social experiments, in my opinion, that are going on in this country right now. And if you research how new monetary systems come about, you'll find in your research that there's other social experiments that go on to see, you know, how the monetary system acts and how they determine what monetary system to use. Eventually, is how the countries that are surrounding that economic experiment, how they prosper or don't prosper. So if you want to know the future of the monetary system, I would suggest looking at the countries around Africa or Ecuador that's using Bitcoin, and see if they're prospering by the use of that country using Bitcoin or not. And then look at the Burkina Faso area, the Sahel nations, and see the countries surrounding them to see how their wealth goes. And that's not going to determine what system we will use, but that will show you definitely which system's the best system. Whether, you know, which system we end up on, it's not up for me to determine. But I do know what I just said is factual. But as far as which system we actually fall back to, I have no clue. It'll most likely be a gold back one with a digital layer on top, you know, the best of both worlds kind of thing. Not all digital or that are out there now will make it, obviously. I'm actually deplorable. I'm looking at the Democratic Republic of Congo right now. I'm actually trying to get feelers out, which I don't have many left. Most guys I know are dead. In the special operations arena to see if anyone's being deployed down in that area, because there was a deal made to the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo. You guys settle down. A deal made with the Democratic Republic of Congo's president to get the Rwandans and that other country off of their butt who were invading the southeast quadrant of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And the deal was something like we'd send our special forces down there to end the war if they gave us preferential mining opportunities for the rights to mine their natural resources down there. And I haven't heard anything more about that. But the offer was made. The guy accepted the opportunity to talk with us about it, but I don't know what's happened about that. And that's what you got to look out for. Old ones closing, new ones opening. If there's an end, there's a beginning. Everyone's screaming to end. Yeah, you're going to be poor. If with an end, there's a beginning. That means the first ones that get in are going to be the wealthiest ones. Where there's an end, there's a beginning. It's all in your perspective. If you see it as an end, you're probably not going to be making too much fucking profit margin. If you see the end as a new beginning, you can switch your asset classes over as appropriate to how you see the new beginning from the old end. This matters how much you care about knowing your financial future. Yeah, that's people you got to watch out for. Because they were dealing with a spy, in my opinion. See, there you go. that was that new financial banking system I was talking about in one of my older live streams, where I think 14 companies applied to make their own currency or something like that, which means they would become their own bank. I believe that's is that what part you're talking about? Because we're going back, in my opinion, we're going back to a pre-1863 style economy in a digital format, where companies, not just banks, can create a monetary format for their monetary system, providing for their suppliers and distributors, and they'll be competing. And this is where the golden age of America, they'll compete with other quote unquote stablecoin creators for monetary or for banking systems, and that's going to give higher interest rates on deposits for savings and lower interest rates on loans, because everyone, being it's going to be a new digital marketplace, everyone's going to be competing for your business, and that's best for the consumer. And that's where the golden age comes in. Part of it, there's a lot more to it than that. And of course, staking will be like the new savings. And what is that called? Dividends. But they'll still have savings and dividends, but it's just a new format. Yeah, it's a layered economy on top of what we have. Those things that we already have that integrate in will do well. Those that don't will go out. The new things coming in, if they don't integrate well, they'll go out. The ones that integrate well will stay in. So we'll have a new solid foundation of a general economy that we have now, probably with a new monetary system, a new actual physical cash monetary system, along with an electronic or digital cash monetary acceptance system through the digital formats. And if you can understand that, you can place yourself well for investing. That's my opinion. This is not financial advice. Everything I say is to be taking this bullshit. Let me run my banners again because I don't want another strike. No, don't buy silver and platinum and crystallized osmium. Don't listen to me. Everything I'm saying is to be taken for crap. All this other good stuff is for fun and profit. And do not like and share. That's psychological right there. Oh, new hidden feature. It's going to go away in 5 seconds. Cool. So I don't have to automatically turn them off. Right on. What's okay? Minecraft. That was a good game, if you're talking about game. What's up, baby? Yeah, what he said, she said. So anyone want to come up on the panel? You guys are going to be chicken shits. Thank you for stopping by, Roaming Prepper. I know your schedule's real busy. You actually have a successful channel, unlike me. So I'm glad for and all of you who showed up. I appreciate it. I hope you got some enlightening information, which I try to give, unique, different every time. And it's not regular topics each time. It's not a stable information system, and come up with unique and different information. Hopefully, getting you all to think, but all has a premise to back to proper decision making, and that's a proper perspective. And the proper perspective can make you a lot better investor. Well, if you'd come up on stage, I would, 79. Everyone else in here has already been up on stage. You're the only one who hasn't. See how quickly I ran into that? That was just a straight up fucking lie. I made it sound good. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That was a good movie. Thank you for showing up, Tara. Your sarcasm is always entertaining. I liked it better when I could time you out when you weren't a moderator, though, because that was more fun for me. Just keeping it real. Well, cool, because I didn't mean it anyhow, so cool. Again, just keeping it real. Sorry, I'm going to put some sugar in my teacup because I'm going to make some tea here. I got this kicking new teapot. It has these LED lights. Starts out with white, lights up the panel. Then when I program in for boiling water, push the button, it turns red, and then it beeps when it's done. And the lights are like inside the containers, the glass containers. Looks kind of Jetsons. Here's George Jetson. Gives me faith in one day that I'll have a robot dog that'll actually pick up its own poop. Yeah, I'm calling people up on stage. Why wouldn't I? That is why I have it pinned. That is why I have it pinned every fucking show, dude. For people to come up who want to come up. You know, be respectful and whatnot, but yeah, anyone's welcome. I've only had to kick one person off that came up, and that's because they were talking. I'd never seen them before, and they started off hollering about sex shit, like when you just came on, but they started hollering about sex shit, so I had to instantly fucking boot them from the channel. But I didn't know who they were ahead of time. I know who you are.
I won't say anything like that.
Yeah, no, I know you're a professional troll, not an amateur.
I'm a robot.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, but I got a prototype. Matter of fact, let's see here. I'll get rid of my, how the hell do I do that? No, there it is. Now I gotta get rid of my Band-Aid over my camera. Ah, there we go. You know, maybe you can see the red lights right there. That's my tea maker. It'll look better if I turn the light off. Yeah, you see that? And it'll start blinking green when my tea's ready. That's
nice.
That's my new tea maker, man. It's like Jetsons shit. I kind of like it. It's like my lightsaber. I got a lightsaber here. Traditional lightsaber. Come on, turn on. There we go. It only works when the lights are out. It's not bright enough for any if the lights are on. So how have you been?
I've been good.
I thought you were
Mexican. Pretty good.
You typed kind of like you'd be a Mexican or Chinese. Joking. You can't tell who people are by typing. I was just fucking with you. I don't know you. I guess I don't know you well enough to fuck with you like that yet. Yeah, I like that the teapot, man. So what are you doing this evening? I see you. Are you in your garage?
Yeah, this is where I skipped the family.
Right on.
So, do you got any work yet? I heard that you were like a contractor of sorts.
No, I lost my company back in 2020 because of COVID. I was an ironworking company. I just opened up. Believe it or not, it was called Han Solo Ironworks.
Nice.
Like the Star Wars character Han Solo, because my last name's Han, and I was going to work solo, so I said Han spelled H-A-H-N instead of H-A-N, and the contracting licensing people said they okayed the name. They're like, yeah, because George Lucas is out here. And a lot of people were telling me I wouldn't get that name because of George Lucas's Star Wars movie.
You might have problems with that.
Well, the state didn't use it. The state gave it to me because it was the spelling of my last name. They couldn't deny me the spelling of my last name. But then COVID came along and the state shut down, and I couldn't get the paperwork done in a timely manner. It took like 6 months to get paperwork done that they wanted done in 6 weeks because everyone was taking off work, remote working, and they didn't have the paperwork at home. So they had to wait till they go back to the office to do the paperwork. I was like, well, why the hell are you remote working then and still getting paid if you can't do the paperwork? And I ended up losing the company because it took me like after I had the workman's comp and liability insurance and the company name. I needed something here from the state, and COVID came, and that state agency shut down for almost a year. And all my workman's comp I had to re-up on, my liability I had to re-up on, and I had to redo my state license. And I couldn't bid one job yet because I didn't have a company, and I couldn't afford to get all this shit going and wait because the state shut down the fucking agencies. So I ended up having to shut down my company before it even actually got started. But I'm an iron worker.
You see what these regulations do to us?
Well, I feel it. I felt it, dude. I've been broke since then, man. I stuck $14,000 in that thing started and got zero return on investment because of the state and COVID. It sucked, man. Yeah, so then I went back to work for other people, and they didn't like that I was going to be their competition. So why the fuck were they going to hire me? So yeah, I don't get that much work.
That sucks.
Past 5 years has sucked ass pretty much.
Yeah, I've managed to keep up with the Joneses, but if they double the price of everything one more time, I don't know.
Make wise investments now. Make wise investments now if you see it coming. You know what I'm saying?
Well, luckily I own my house, so I'm
make
better off than most.
You definitely are. Most definitely are. Although having said that, you should actually position yourself into probably buying one or two more, because I'm seeing, and I don't know what state you live in, and it really doesn't matter what state you buy in when it comes to renting. I'm seeing a lot of houses going up on auction that used to be 200,000 to 300,000. The starting bid is like 90,000 for. It's like 2/3 off. The same house that like a year ago was 200,000 to 300,000, you can auction bid it for 90. Sounds like a good deal to me, but I'm not in a position to take advantage of that right now. But I'm looking because I do.
Yeah, I think it's regional. I live in New Mexico, so we're still feeling the influx of both the coasts moving into us, and Texas. The ice raids are probably bringing more people here than ever that I've seen. And we always have California license plates and New York license plates. So our real estate market's actually growing. We're at about $420,000 for a 3-bedroom house right now.
Damn.
And in 2019 we were at $238,000 was the average home over here. So in the past 5 years it more than doubled. And I bought my house back in 2018 or 19, or that's when I got the contract on it. It was a 3-year lease to own deal. And at the end of the 3 years, the house had already doubled what the contract price was. So
equity again. That's what people.
so I put in 10,000 to start, and I'd say right now I'm probably up 160, 170 after $20,000 real estate fee. But I can have a double wide shipped over here to the Mesa right next to where I live for 10,000 bucks, and it's like 32,000 for the double wide, 65,000 for the well. So I figure when it's all said and done, I could have the electricity, the well, all that set up without paying the bank anything anymore. And at that point, then I could get more loans to buy two houses like
There
you
you
were
go.
talking about. But if the opportunity arises and I could get this thing sold for the price that I want to, and people are losing their homes, I might just get another stick built. It just kind of depends on how the market goes.
And the price, and regionally where
Yeah.
you want to
Yeah.
live. Because you were mentioning 430,000. The area I'm looking at moving to, I could get 4 houses, 3-bedroom, 2-bath with an acre of land for 400,000.
Well,
So
this
now
deal,
you look at the economics depending, and this is determines on where you want to live. Because if I have 400,000, I could buy 1 house, or I could buy 4 houses and rent 3 of them out and have a positive income off of the same amount. But now it comes down to your personal life choices and where you want to live compared to the economics of living somewhere. And those are personal choices that people have to make in their lives, because when you move somewhere, typically it's going to be 5-10 years. So if you can take advantage of like what I was saying, 400,000 4 houses, but you don't like that area, it might not be a good thing for you to do, because if you're not happy, what the fuck's money got to do with anything?
well, absolutely, it's different strokes for different folks.
Exactly. I just present opportunity. So it's not like I'm telling everyone, go here. I'm just saying, and having you on saying New Mexico's going up just validates what I'm saying. You know, it all depends on where you want to live. Is the price differential you're going to pay for that area. So, you know, it's a personal
Yeah,
thing.
I don't necessarily want to rent or rent out properties. I've done a little bit of that before. I'm thinking more along lines of buying another mobile home and connecting up to my well, like right next door, and then selling that property, and
Yeah,
then doing another, and then doing another.
I say because
I know in my county I could hook up 4 dwellings off of 1 well. The wells are 65 grand about where I am. We have to go 1,000 feet because we're in the Mesa, so you got to go way deep.
Yeah.
So that's the main expense. But if you could put 4 of them out there, you could make them basically pay you for access to your well for life.
You're going to be rich, because I use the word rent because that's the system we're moving out of. And to be your own bank, which I tell people to do, is a system like what I'm looking to do is, let's say, buying 4 houses for 400,000, live in one, and then I'm going to be my own bank and sell them to other people, to where I'm getting the mortgage payment from them rather than rent. So in doing that, it takes the liability of the taxes, maintenance, all that shit away from me, but I still have guaranteed income coming in, because I'm going to sell it for more than I bought it for. But I'm still going to be fair in the fact that, you know how loans go, for the first 10 years you're paying interest. But when I'm going to do the loan, it's going to be like 10%, whatever, 10% over. So that way every month I'll get 10% profit from that house, and it'll be for the life. It's not going to be like the same way loans are. If it's like $100,000, 10% is going to be $110,000 over 20 years. It's not going to be the way banks do it. I'm going to do it fair. As long as I make 10% on each property.
That sounds like a swell idea. My thought process on it is get in and get out quickly. So I'm just going to do the old school of flipping houses, at least until I could get a nice cushion, you know.
Right on. And everyone does things differently, but to introduce different ideas for everyone to hear allows other people more options for what's right for them. So I like hearing different ways of doing things. It's
yeah, it makes sense if you think you're going to be around for a long time, but I have kidney disease, so I'm looking to leave my family with whatever I can beforehand. I'm not going to rely on them being a landlord, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my thing. So
different social circumstances is
yeah,
a life decision process as well. Can you give me 15 seconds? I need to go put some milk in my tea. There's no milk in here.
sure.
I'll be right back. Hold down the fort for me.
You can't see your chats, but I'll hold it down. Mm.
There we go. Sorry about that. I will drink tea without milk, but I don't like it.
So are you married there?
Never.
Never? You might be better off that way.
You know, all of my friends, most of my parents throughout my life, grandparents, everything. 1, 2, 3. Only 4 couples have been married their whole lives. All the rest of them divorced. And I'm looking at about 80 people. So of 80, only 4 stayed married for over 40 years. So why do something that ain't going to last statistically? You know, because from what I've seen in my life, there's a 5% chance that you're married for life. Everyone else is getting divorced. My brother got divorced. My mom and dad got married and divorced a couple of times. One of my dad's parents got divorced and married. My mom's parents didn't get divorced and married. And then there's 2 couples we grew up with. The kids were our age. They died married, but that was it. Everyone else got divorced. So, and I saw the guys lose everything, have to start over, and just ruin their lives because of child support, and they never got to do. I was like, nah, it's not worth it. I'll be me.
I was definitely one of those guys. I got divorced, married at a young age, and lost my 2 boys temporarily and a home permanently. And then later on got back together with her when she foreclosed on my house, and oh, it was horrible.
Yeah.
And now she lives with me, but she's not on any paperwork. I think maybe it's easier this way.
You know,
more security anyway.
I like I'm going to set up a living trust so that my money, basically I'll be living off of what I create as a living trust. And I'm going to set my nephews up because I don't have kids. I'm going to set my nephews up, and it's going to be set up to where if it's done that way, they'll be able to live off of it, but any of their spouses won't be able to take that money. So they'll be able to live like kings while they're with my nephews. But if they leave them, they won't be able to take that money away from my nephews because it'll come from the living trust for them, not for anyone else. And it's going to be specified. So it goes beyond the law, marriage law, you know. So if you set it up like that, you can really do good by your kids, you know, to where they could get married and divorced and they won't be financially ruined that way. The way most people, like you said yourself, got financially strained after you're divorced. I'm going to try and set my kids up to where if they fall into that trap, it won't happen to them.
Yeah, things are a bit different now, but no matter what she's thinking, I'm actually just going to leave everything to my oldest son. Sadly. I mean, we're back together and all, but I don't know. In my mind, she's already shown herself a certain way, you know.
That's a personal thing that you know more about than anyone. And that doesn't sound like, I mean, who do y'all both do this for anyhow? Your kids, right? So it should be a no-brainer as far as what I say. Yeah, leave it all to the kids. Whether she's alive or not, the kid's not going to kick her out. So
that was my thought process. I think I would never kick out my family, my boys or my daughter.
I don't think anyone.
But I could see her doing it. You know, I think not, but I could see a situation where she kicks out my son for some stupid reason, but I can't see my son kicking out his mom, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So to leave it all to him is just actually you could sell it off as it's going to be cheaper in the long run of not having to transfer titles twice. So when she dies, she has to transfer it to him anyhow.
Well, there is something to do with that as well. Me and my ex-wife, we both have considerable uh, education debt that I really don't like the government. So my plan is to leave that debt and pay as little as possible until I die. And I
What
don't
you,
want that. I don't want that debt messing with the house. So I'm
yeah,
actually going to transfer the property and everything over to him before I die.
I was
And
about to
then
say,
I'll end up with home loans on other houses that they can't collect on. But I'm crazy like that. I don't recommend anybody else do this, but that is the game plan. Hopefully not too many people are watching this.
there's actually a strategy out there that I just saw actually a video on about 3 months ago on a wealthy people strategy on dying in debt to the IRS.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah.
I
There's
can't say
actually
that I owe them any money because they keep taking my money. I try not to pay them. You may not have heard this ever, but I'm self-employed. I've been self-employed since about 19. I hate corporate work. I never wanted to be in it. I kind of saw what was going on to begin with. But anyway, they have to take the money from me. I wait years and I won't pay them until they threaten to take my stuff. But that's kind of the way I pay taxes. I don't recommend it, but that's exactly how I pay taxes.
Yeah, I don't talk about taxes.
Well, I guess I don't care anymore. Fuck off. And I'm relying on your small channel, but I guess if they really wanted to come get little old deplorable, they could.
I don't talk about taxes. That's like I say. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not talking about taxes. I spent 17 years fighting the IRS over $137,000. I actually won, but I lost 17 years of my life. So did I really win? You know.
Well, hey, you didn't give up, right?
You know, again, perspective, individual choice. You know, I wanted to know if I could beat the IRS, and yes, you can beat the IRS. Is it worth it? That's another question. No, actually, it's not. It's actually cheaper to pay them, and that's why they are the way they are. But then you get stubborn assholes like me that say, "Nah, fuck you," and you know, I learned the hard way. Yeah, I didn't pay them, but
I'm definitely one of those. I do that with the credit card company as well. Fuck them. But I'm about to get some more credit cards when it gets closer to it, but not yet. That's my thought process on it.
Right on.
As a matter of fact, since I'm on YouTube, I might as well say this. I think that I hear a lot of people talking about the rich and the poor people, they deserve better, and how we need to stop printing money and all this stuff. And we got to fight the Fed, right? You hear this all the time. Everybody hates these people. I've been thinking about it. And what if we all just didn't take their loans anymore? What would happen if everybody got themselves into a position where they didn't have to have a loan from the bank?
I think that's wishful thinking.
I agree. So is any solution, though. But
no, you got to know the actual problem, and not everyone has to agree on the actual problem. You just have to know what it is and take action and be in a position to be able to take action on it and be able to survive that action to follow through on putting something else in that's better and not worse. And that's actually what's happening in America right now. A couple of my other shows.
I hope so.
Well, one of my shows was taken down because I was giving some information on exactly that. And within a half hour of the live ending, YouTube deleted my live stream because of they said it was copyright infractions, but it wasn't, because I give out facts, and some facts they just don't like. And I've had a lot of my shows deleted for me. Sometimes they tell me who it is. I've had the World Health Organization complain about some of my shit sometime, that YouTube took my shit down, and they said the WHO about their shit or whatever. I was like, yeah, whatever, just go ahead, take it down. I won't talk about them no more.
That's why I don't have a positive outlook on the future, my friend.
Well, that's a here and now, and that's yeah, sure. You're falling into allowing those that got us here. Their whole point is to get people to feel that way, but we're at a crucial point now where people don't need to feel that way. And if we get enough people on the right frame of thinking and able to take care of all of these financial things that are rolling back to back to back, and enough good people make money off of it rather than get crushed, we can actually possibly stand a chance of changing shit. But without good people having money, it's going to be hard as fuck.
Well, it might sound lame, but we could change that right away if we just live by the golden rule, but I really don't have much hope in that either.
Well, there's 320 million Americans, and every one of them would have to agree to that. And they're all different religions, sexes, ages, natural origins, so that's never going to happen.
We have the same thing. We have the same problem with what you're saying, though, because there's too many goals and aspirations going in too many different directions.
I don't want 320 million. I only want 1 million. Only the million that want this to happen. So I think there's a better chance of getting only those than getting everybody.
And what would we do if you had that million?
If there was 1 million people that had millions of dollars and all of them good people, you would see Congress and the Senate make different rules and laws. Because right now they're run off of lobbying. Lobbying is.
Do you have any proposals?
Let me ask you a question before you go down this road anymore. Do you think Congressmen and Senate are listening to the poor people when they make the laws, or are they listening to the rich people?
I think there's a study that showed that it's always the rich people that get what they want, and the corporations. Let me ask you this:
Would you rather have 1 million good rich people that they listen to, or not?
Absolutely. I just don't think we could get that many on the same page to begin with.
But you don't have to be on the same page. You just have to know right from wrong.
Well, I agree.
That's real easy. That's a moral thing. And I think there's a lot more good people out there that don't come up on stage, that don't comment. I think that's about 80% of the nation. And what we see on YouTube and stuff is only about 20%. So I think there's a lot of good people that if they did have money, they would do the right thing. And that's why they don't have money, because they do the right thing. And our system's set up for people who do the right thing not to be wealthy. That's why a lot of people are not wealthy.
I have to agree with most of that, but if we were to change something, wouldn't we have to have some goals that we want our politicians to implement? Do you have anything specific that you would change or do?
Undo.
Undo? Like what?
Pretty much everything that's been done for the past 40 years, what got us here, was all policies and rules and laws. Undo the ones that got us here to get us out of here. That'd be a start. It could be done a lot quicker than the 40 to 50 years of laws and regulations that got us here. They could be undone in 4 to 5 years. It wouldn't take 40 or 50.
Like, what would you say? Like, for one, abolish the Federal Reserve? Like, what would you be saying?
Simple shit. What are they talking about right now? A $200 billion a year fraud on Obamacare. Hey, all we got to do is roll back Obamacare and take it away. Boom, $200 billion a year over 5 years. We'll save $1 trillion every 5 years if we do that. That means every 5 years we could have a debt jubilee, because the money we save in fraud right now, just from that one program, could pay that year's national debt. Just that one program, cancel it. And all of our economic problems would go the fuck away just from getting rid of the fraud from that one program of many that the fraud is going out to that got us into this financial problem. There's more fraud money going out raising our debt than actual dollars being spent on products, goods, and services as our debt's supposed to be used for. That's why we're not gaining GDP with debt growth. Another part of the economy people don't talk about is you can't keep gaining debt without gaining GDP or someone stealing from you. It's that simple. If you're gaining debt and your GDP is not growing, someone's stealing from you. And we've been gaining debt and not GDP. And any economic format, whatever, I don't care if you're Republican, Communist, Democrat, Socialist, Neo-Nazi, what the fuck ever. You look at the books and see how the economy's run, and debt goes up, GDP goes up. If that doesn't happen, someone's stealing. Now it's your job to find out through laws and legislation, find out who's stealing. That's what's happening right now. And as Doge pointed out to us, he found real quick a couple $1 trillion a year in fraud. Now we find out Obamacare has 200 billion a year, which is $1 trillion every 5 years. If we look at Social Security, it's at like 400 billion a year. So that's what, 2 trillion in 5 years. So now if we just get the fraud out of those two systems, that'll be 3 trillion in fraud that we're not paying for in a 5-year time period. That 3 trillion covers the national debt for 3 years. So over the next 5 years, if we cut those two systems out, we would only have to pay with taxes our national debt for 2 years. The other 3 years would be paid with the recovery of fraud money. Now you're looking at GDP growth and debt reduction because the debt was made through fraud, not through GDP growth. And that's where the problem lies. No one's talked about that. And that's why Trump's so well, because he's going to increase the fucking GDP wealth without increasing the debt, which is going to skew the numbers so much in other directions. It's going to look like the golden times for America. It will happen. I see it clear as day happening. That's probably why no one's talking about it, because that is what is going to happen. We will have a bad first part of the next year, but after that, it's going to be balls to the walls making money. In my opinion, and from all the evidence that I've seen and put on my show, that's the things I've been talking about, like space stuff. I know right now 5 billionaires that are throwing money at space stuff. Yeah, so they're stupid. Billionaires. You know how funny it sounds to call a billionaire stupid when it comes to money? When you don't have more money than them, you know what I'm saying? So who's the stupid one? The one calling a guy stupid, or the one with the money doing something you think is stupid? Again, perspective and perception keeps you from making money. Add bad feelings into bad perspective and perception, you're going to be poor. And it has nothing to do with your intelligence level. It has to do with perspective and perception. I think I lost you. I don't know if it was a bad signal. I saw your eyes looking at your computer. You're more than welcome to come back up. I'll try and keep an eye on you. Right now, I got my computer screen up and my TV behind it. So the computer screen going up covers people who want to come up on stage. That's why I'm just looking to the side. Oh, yeah. Everything's definitely over leveraged. And that's where we're going to be changing our debt to GDP ratio. It's going to be changing big time to GDP growth and debt shrinkage. So we only need to get our GDP down, our debt down by 1 or 2 trillion and increase our GDP, which we will, by 1.5%, and the debt will be meaningless because the GDP, which now brings in, along with the transfer of new tariffs, replacing income tax, which will get rid of the Federal Reserve. All that is happening. Because as Deplorable was talking about, when it comes to Federal Reserve, it was created back in 2008. It wasn't implemented till like 2013, same time as income tax. Income tax is used to fund the Federal Reserve. So if you want to get rid of the Federal Reserve, you don't get rid of the Federal Reserve, you get rid of income tax. And the reason why the Federal Reserve's never been gotten rid of is because Congress has always stopped people from doing tariffs for America and not against America. Trump comes along and does tariffs for America and says he's going to replace income tax with tariffs. And he's proving with the money coming in from tariffs that it can cover the income tax laws. So now he's got the politicians on his side to get rid of the income tax laws. Now the Federal Reserve has no funding. Where's it go? Now you look back at what I talked about a year ago about the imperialistic control of our financial system that happened, solidified in the 40s with FDR doing the Social Security Act, totally fucking sold America out, but actually started in 2008. Well, I mean, it depends on your point of view and your perspective. Between 2008 and 2013 is when the English imperialistic individuals had the plan, started implementing the plan to grab financial control of America. Not America, but just financially, because like right now we're in an economic war with China. Economically, they want to kill us because if they kill us economically, they can take us over real easy without firing a shot. Economic war. Spoke about it often on my channel. So economically, England has controlled our economy. And that's why when you saw Trump in his first term walk in front of Queen Elizabeth and break all the protocols of the Queen, it was a declaration of independence. We were taking back control of the country, giving them notification to square away their accounts because they were getting kicked out of our financial system. And when that happens, a lot of people lose money. Transfer of wealth. A lot of people lose money. They get pissed that they're losing money and they cause agitation. Riots, shit like that. It all comes together. It all comes together. You see the big picture, you see what's happening, you see how it's going to go down. And you know where to stick any money you have. And if you don't have money, you know who to, why, you know, what to say or what to tell people where they should look to put their money, because I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just right. A lot. A lot. Did I say a lot? I got a good track record. It's on video. You can go back and check dates when I said whatever I gave good advice on, not financial advice, but good advice on. Every stock and I've given good advice on. Still up from the time, even though they're down, they're still up from the time I gave good advice about them. So you know, I look at it like today, I saw everything down. I was smiling because I didn't look at them down. I was looking at how far they were down compared to when I said to get in. And they're still above, which means that if you got in when I said to get in, you ain't lost shit. You're still up. Everyone else is losing money and you're still up. That's called a win in my book. Because when everything goes back up, everyone else will have already lost. You'll be in the good. And actually, now it's time to buy more. In my personal opinion of giving good advice, not financial, nor medical, nor health, nor political advice, but just good advice. Because you can't give me a strike for giving what I consider good advice on whatever topic it is, because it's not professional for the topic. It's just good advice for the topic. And that takes it out of all the Neil's getting a strike scenarios. But yeah, energy market for America, big time energy market. Look to the small micro nuclear reactor companies. Basically, the ones I talked about are pretty good ones. There'll be more coming along as these ones start and that's why I say OKLO is probably going to go away because they're like one of the first, but they don't have a good foundation. And NNE has got a beautiful foundation. That's why they're smaller stock price. But they're going to grow fast and stay for a while because of their base they're building compared to, it's like two business models. NNE's business model compared to OKLO's business model. NNE is branching out from the beginning base of their company, setting up a business foundation for 5 separate divisions of the industry that they're starting. OKLO pretty much has no base. They're building it as they go, and they're just getting approvals and paperwork. Most recently, from my understanding, they contracted with Kiewit to make the their version of the first micro nuclear reactor. I have not heard any reports of it actually started construction, but they do have the contract out. They also have a contract for the Air Force Base in Alaska to deliver that micronuclear reactor too, so they can use it for power generation. So, but this is all still paperwork. There's no physical thing yet. And of course, this is where big things take times to run. You got to do the paperwork first, and then after that, it goes to the regulatory, and then you already have a contractor on board. So when it gets to regulatory, the contractor can start. So it does take several months, and that's where short-term investing is not a good thing for long-term financing or maintaining of your capital for a long term and not losing it. If you make investments for more long term, it's a lot stabler and it'll be a lot better investment. And as Gerald's pointing out, NNE for the win. OKLO is, I think it's down to 88. Still, when I told everyone about it in October of last year, it was like 20. So it's still like 400% above when I told everyone about, when I gave it a good information about it. And dividends too. And then you fall back over to the overlapping economy of the digital. Dividends are going to be staking rewards in the digital economy. So you got to wrap your head around this new digital economy. For those people who don't already have their head wrapped around it, you got to understand how it's going to layer in to the existing economy, because the existing economy is going to keep rolling. They're just adding slowly layers to it of a digital till full acceptance of the population. We're still going to have physical bills. If the physical dollar bellies up, there's going to be a new physical dollar along with the digital dollar. There'll just be a lot less of the new dollar. And that's a good way to get rid of our debt too. Let's get a new bill. Because right now there's $9.6 trillion owed to America to be paid contractually with US dollars. So if we get belly up on the US dollar, that means that we have to forgive 9.6 trillion in debt owed to us. So to forgive 36 trillion, that's only 3.5 times more, And it's not owed to one country, it's owed to the world banks, several banks, not just to one country. That 9.6 trillion is owed to America Central Bank. Or 36 trillion is owed to like 6 banks. Break it up, it's like 6 trillion each, a lot less than what's owed to the American Central Bank. So balancing it out percentage wise, that's And what's she doing over there? What are you doing over there? Where are you at? Oh, there's a cat outside. But yeah, that's when you get into differences. Man, I rambled a bunch of crap. What was it? We're layering of the digital economy onto a regular economy and changing of the physical bill of the one we know now to a new one, which will give us a new economic platform to where they can heavier push the digital economy while still having a physical bill, integrating in the new layer of the digital economy and validating it because of the physical bill's monetary collapse. When Biden was president, they were talking about, he's going to crash the economy or crash the dollar. They've got a choice. Crash the economy, crash the dollar. They're going to crash the dollar. If you think that way too, you got a better play of where to put your investments. Yeah, there's new rules to the digital format of the economy. The quicker you get to know them, the more you can take advantage of them. And that's why Ninja was talking about start a crypto LLC, because there's special new rules coming. He's got the taxes for the crypto LLC. Because there's a new digital overlapping of our existing economy, and the government's pushing for it to be big. Guess what? It's going to be big. How we get there? Oh, it's not going to happen in 24 hours. It'll happen within 4 years, not 24 hours. So, transition. Get used to it. We're going to transition to it. What's up, Gandalf? Yeah. So if you, and I don't really care for the digital economy aspect. I understand, and I know it's going to happen. Personally, I kind of don't like it, but I understand where we're going. We're going to have it. So I also understand that you have feelings, then you have reality. It's a distinction to be made. Oh, this is the fat one, Ginger. Through perception and perspective. Take the feelings out of the financing, and you'll be good. Look at the reality, not your feelings, but reality. And when you see the reality, yeah, basically, Pete, yeah, it's a new layer to the economy. It kind of sort of works the way our regular economy works. It's just all digital, and there's new players. And because it's digital, there's new rules. And yes, every freaking time, reality trumps feelings. Get your feelings out of decisions that have to do with financing. Because if you have anything financing, they're going to use your feelings to take your finances. Okay? Because they know only stupid people lose their money to their feelings. And a lot of people use their feelings and lose their money. Just stop there from being dumbasses. Or get behind me, but get off me. You're heavy. Yeah, it's going to be a new economic system. The debt will transfer over to the new economic system. That'll be the digital stable coin thing. People saying, "Oh, Trump's going to try and hide it and looking hide the debt and the digital." Well, okay, that's how it's going to work, and that's how it's going to work. That's that's why we're pushing for it. That's why others are pushing for it. Other people have debt too. China's got more debt than us per capita. And they don't have as much coming in right now. They're really screwed. But no one wants to talk about that, so we won't talk about it. Yeah, see, that's the funny thing, Pete. It's all a psych. It's a psyop. It's all a psyop, man. What is Visa and MasterCard? Digital money. It's just you're familiar with the name Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express. Okay, so there's a new type of digital money, a system that's layering on top of ours now. It's faster, it's more secure, it's more transparent. There's more newer tech. It's Windows 11 compared to Visa, Discover, MasterCard, and American Express, which is Windows 1. The digital is Windows 11. There's a dramatic increase in security, diversity, equity, inclusion. No, I'm kidding. But it's a new type of digital. What basically it is being more accepted, not just by Americans, but the digital is being accepted worldwide now. That's the only difference. Exactly, like Gerald says here. The ISO is global. It's not political. And that's why I've been pointing that out, trying to get people to realize, America's America. We got to deal with everyone. That's economics. Again, my personal feelings are irrelevant to how it is. Oh, dude, you don't even want to get started on that. I know all about that as far as when we were building cars here in America. We compared to Japan when everyone was like, "Oh, Japan's quality is better than American cars." That was because of regulations and the quality systems. Like on the rotating part where the axle meets the part that rotates, we had like a 0.0003 amount of give, and the Japanese were like 10 times more exact. So there was less give, so there was less wear and tear, and a longer duration of use and less time in between repairs needed. Now, you must understand how the economies work. Back then, we were transitioning from a manufacturing nation to a consumer nation. So we need to get away from manufacturing, and we needed people to help the government expand our economy. We needed to not make things that lasted 50 years and make things that only last 5 to 10 years and need maintenance, so we can continue sell you one thing and have you stimulate the economy 3 to 4 times by needing major maintenance on that one thing over a certain time period. And that's how governments grow economies. In the past 50 years, we've grown from 50 three-letter acronym agencies to 450. We've gone from 13 million to 23.4 million federal employees. That's a lot of tax money every year. A lot of retirement, a lot of benefits. Double. All government growth, all through the duration of our adult lifetime. We don't know any different. So going back to the way it was freaks us out. We don't want to see it. It's new, it's changed, it's different. It's still coming. And to help implement the digital economy, manufacturing is coming back to America. So everyone's going to have the opportunity to make more dinero. That dinero is going to be seen in the form of XLM, ZBCN, XRP, the new dollar, maybe a gold-backed currency, digital something or other. There's going to just be different formats of payment, but the payment's going to be bigger and you're going to be able to consume more with that payment, thus bringing the golden times, because everyone's going to be fighting for you as a consumer, giving you more benefit for your purchasing power. Or we go back to your energy and labor and its value. Right now, it's not valued that much. They're creating a system. At first, it's going to, your labor, your skills, and your time is going to be valued. Your energy is going to be valued at a higher point, giving more value to whatever it is they're getting us into, a new currency system. In the next 20 or 30 years, it's going to devalue your labor, your energy, your gold is valuable because it takes a lot to dig it out and manufacture it and refine it. It's the time and energy put into it that gives us its value. That is the same as the value of you per hour. And that will increase under this new digital system because we're going to want to sell it and have people accept it. And at the same time, we have to create jobs. So if we're going to create a new manufacturing economy with the Shipbuilding Act and all these other acts that are going to create manufacturing here in America very shortly, we're going to need a new system to, at the same time, crash the dollar and have a new system of payment for these people and have companies accept this payment system so you can still get the goods and services through this new payment system as you did through the physical dollar bill. So you'll be worth more, and your energy per hour will be worth more because that's just the way it works. It all breaks down to that in the long run. Hey, what's up, JM? Sorry, I didn't mean to go on this long explanation. Yes, everything will be. And thank you, JM. And you're more than welcome to come up. I already had the deplorable up. He jumped down. My cats are getting rambunctious now, as you can see in the background. These guys right here. Yeah, you can see them jumping up and down. Okay, you see, yeah, the two little ones right there on the pillow. That's the newest two right there. Where's she? That's Pumpkinhead. And I think that's Sweetheart, because she's got a heart on her side. No, that's Little Heart. That's Eyeballs. Which one are you? Oh, that's Mama. That's Cleopatra, or Cleo. And that's Rose. Where's Rose? That's Rose right there. We're just having a smoke hot box situation, but I'm the only one smoking. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow. Yeah, I got a lot of weed. Guy gave me $20. Older gentleman, a couple of houses down the alleyway. Gave me $20, wanted some weed. I gave him a nice bottle, airtight jar with about maybe close to an ounce of weed. Left it on his porch with a little bow on it, like Christmas. He called me back and said, "Holy fuck, I wasn't expecting that much for $20." I was like, "Merry Christmas, man." You got one hell of a deal. Oh wow, hey, I like this new feature, JM. I don't have to look at the screen. It showed on top of the screen, JM entered the studio. So I don't have to look down at the bottom of the screen to see who entered the studio. It actually gave a
notification up top.
Yeah, a notification, a banner. And I was like,
keep switching it around. That's cool. I have not seen that yet.
That's the first time I've seen it. It didn't happen with Deplorable. When he entered, it didn't happen. It happened when you entered, though.
Special delivery.
That's just something I noticed. That's all. Because I had to look down at the bottom where you can see the people who are in the chat in the live stream on the panel. I had to look down there to see Deplorable, but I noticed you because the banner came across. That
Very
changed.
cool. Yeah. Just never know what they're going to think of next.
Well, maybe it's because you have a channel. You know, I don't know.
It
recognizes the algorithm recognizes you as a content creator, so it advertises you to me to notice the content creator. I don't know. It's just off the top of my head thought. How you been?
Maybe.
How's your business?
I've been really, really busy.
Good.
I didn't go into a whole lot of details, but I've been helping out one of my buddies grow his business too, which is starting to kick in.
Be kind, helpful, and grateful. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got some good news too on the line of be kind, helpful, and grateful. My gym thing is very, very close. I have a cast maker on board with exactly what I need made, and I'll be talking to you, Jim, because you'll be taking care of sales in Canada and making money if you want.
I like making money.
It's going to be you'll enjoy working with my system, the way I run businesses. You'll very much enjoy it. I am into the KISS method. And that's not the rock group, even though I do enjoy the rock group. And at the beginning of this live stream, I started out with Gene Simmons validating one of my other live streams when I mentioned the 10,000 hour rule. Even Gene Simmons, in testimony he was given on, no, it wasn't testimony. It was a discussion he was given on how to become wealthy from nothing. And he had mentioned the 10,000 hour rule and how he went from nothing and spending a lot of time learning the business. And then he just took the business over, and now he's an expert in the business because he's got over 10,000 hours in the business. So he's an expert.
Yep.
You know,
sounds about right.
You know, so it's good to have a multimillionaire validate my live stream when I said, 10,000 hours will get you to be an expert at whatever. Just keep doing it.
Yeah.
And even
100
hours. Yeah, or 100 hours. It gets you knowledgeable about it. 100 hours learning a language, and you could probably interact with someone in that language. You won't be an expert, but you'll be able to communicate. Something like that. Just put some time into it and realize that our society is on a TikTok. 15 seconds. I don't know it. What?
It's not that long ago. I even told my customers this. I'm willing to work for an hour for an ounce of silver. You pay me an ounce of silver, I'll work for an hour. And that's looking really, really good now.
Good. And you know what, dude? It's energy for labor.
Yeah.
And I was just talking about that. The price of gold is supposedly in an economic system is priced due to labor and cost and energy to get it out of the ground and presented in the format of currency.
Mm-hmm.
That's the principle of it. So everything is off the energy and expenditures, and that's what price is supposed to be based off of. So the better you can value your energy and worth and value per hour, the better off you're going to be. And that's into your perception. And your perception of getting an ounce of silver per hour is a good one. And that's why I reiterated it.
Really, time's our most valuable asset. Once you run out of time, you're pretty much done.
Time and energy. Two things that are most valuable. People are valuing things just improperly for maximum advantage and gain. That's yours.
Yeah.
The other people are gaining off of because your lack of understanding, and they're taking advantage, rightfully so. That's how the economy is made to work. It's not. I don't like the economy. Any of the economies we've used haven't been good economies for the average people because they're just not, and I don't know the right economy either. So I mean, I'm pitching up the wrong tree because I don't have the answer. But every economy is geared for eventually greed to come in and screw the little guy when it should be the maximum amount of people should be the most integrated into the economy and valued, because their value is more so energy wise than the billionaire. In ours, it seems is reversed.
Well, it's true. Every political system can be hijacked as well.
Yeah.
And desecrated, you know.
Yep. Well, yeah, we're living through that too.
Well, it's good to see you, Neil. I saw that you were live earlier. I was predisposed, and I used to try to watch 3 or 4 live streams at the same time, and I can't do it anymore.
Hey, there's
But
no.
I'm glad you're still on.
You put pressure on yourself, brother. I'm happy you're able to come in because I know how busy things can be. So I'm just happy that you're able to. It's all good, brother. When you're not able to, I'm happy for you because you're making money.
How's the kitty cats doing?
Huh?
How are the kitty cats doing?
Dude, I tell you what, the inside kitty cats are as thin as they should be, but the outside kitty cats have put on the winter weight, and that is how it should be too, because that a telltale sign that they're healthy and well cared for, being outside cats, because it's like a hibernation that you put on weight for the winter, and if you're an outside animal, and they all have, which means they're all healthy and warm because I give them good spots to go all over the place. So.
Hey, do you have any dog walkers in your neighborhood? Like, do you ever see regular? No, I do. Do you think
there's
there's
a dog groomer vehicle over here the other day, outside working on a, I think it's an English pit bull, about a 1-year-old. He was working for about 45 minutes on grooming that puppy. But that's the first time I've ever seen even that in this neighborhood.
So, like, if you did a survey in your neighborhood, what sort of ratio would you say for every household, or how many households would you say have a dog, like out of 100? 50, 20, 70?
Maybe 20.
Wow. The reason I ask is it's incredible around here. Like, I would say for sure it's more than every other house has at least one dog.
It all depends on your location. I'm in the inner city in a highly developed metropolitan area surrounded by 57 other metropolitan cities that are back to back to back to back to back all around the Bay Area. Okay. So it's like living in a downtown New York kind of scenario, but it's more spread out. We have like 11 million people in the Bay Area.
Yeah. And
that's like 57 cities that make up the Bay Area. So that means if you're in one of those cities, you have a city on both sides of you and above you and below you. So room is constricted, and the mentality of the people in a scenario like that are not one of dog or cat ownership.
Yeah. And if it is dogs, it's probably little dog, like lap dogs.
Yeah, foo-foo puppies you can stick in your purse.
Yeah. Good to see you too, Gerald. Oh, and we've got Pat in here. Hey, Pat.
Hey, Pat Evans. How you doing, girl?
Pete, everybody gets
dog walker in your neighborhood.
Yeah, the reason I was asking is, like, around here, I take a dog for a walk or a bunch of dogs for a walk, and in an hour, we probably see, on average, 10 to 12 other dogs being walked.
Wow.
Yeah, sometimes, it's just one person walking one dog. Sometimes they're walking 2 or 3. But when we're walking around too, like, we hear the dogs barking at us from the windows in the houses as we go by. So I would definitely say at least, well, it's very close to every other house has at least one dog.
Well, I do recall there was a liberal political movement that was caused by the cops so that this legislation could be passed in the area. They allowed a lot of their people to release their pit bulls, and several people were attacked by pit bulls along the waterfront a few years ago. And
release them? You mean like have them off leash, or you mean just?
You got to understand, out here in California, and this is a federal statistic. It's not mine. It's a federal government statistic. 1/3 of the cops are Hell's Angels members, so their interactions with local crime and stuff is high. So when I say they allowed the release of, and they wanted the legislation changed, the cops do things out here to cause things to happen. and they always seem to get extra money every budget, no matter how many people they shoot and gets the city sued over. And even though we have a 5-cop gang that's known nationally as the Murder Club, because every time they actually murder someone on the job, they bend one of their stars on the badge, and they still have their guns and are working. And they've gone through the federal cases right now for murder. They're still cops. So I live in a different area and a different mindset of people. It's a little fucktard place, man. And it's not noticeable when you're making money and times are good, but when times are bad and you're sitting around looking, you see how shitty this place really fucking is, man.
Gotcha.
Hey, what's up, Chaz? And this place is really shitty when it comes to animal rights, dude. They don't give a fuck about animals around here. They'll take them, kill them, and not. Our humane society down here says it's a no-kill place, and they aren't. But what they will do is take dogs that they don't want and ship them off to a kill shelter to be killed. So technically, they're a no-kill shelter. But no,
that's not cool, man. You're living in a rough area.
No, and I've been fighting them for decades, bro. Since I've been out here, it's no. And I got sick of fighting about 5 years ago when I lost my company. I was like totally fucking.
Well, no wonder you're always intense. You're like literally holding the line in your real life.
No shit.
A lot of people, just talk about it. And
I wear a shirt called Neighborhood Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Neighbors came up with it. It's not Neighborhood Watch, it's Neighborhood Watch. Because all the fucking neighbors will call me when there's a problem. They don't call anyone else. Because I'm always going to be there because it's my neighborhood. And that's what you're supposed to do. But apparently I'm the only one that fucking does it.
A lot of people don't want to stick their neck out, and take the risk. They just want to be comfy, cozy.
And the only thing it takes for evil to live is good people to do nothing. And you want to know why there's so much fucking evil.
Yeah. Hey, Deplorables. And I was going to say, what did Deplorable have any breaking news, or did I miss anything there?
We were talking about different strategies that leading forward for real estate ownership and directions going in that, and how his is going the way it is in the area of the nation he's in compared to what I was talking about, and it being a different area of the nation, how the economics regionally for real estate differ vastly depending on the region you're wanting to live in. And then his phone went out.
And commercial versus residential too, right? Like that can really.
Oh yeah, dude. Like right now up in, I want to get the name of the city correct. So let me go to my maps here real quick, because I don't want to say I lied.
And I just want to quick correct you on something. I'm 99% certain. You just made a mistake inadvertently.
Okay.
You called him Ches Stacker. I'm pretty sure it's Czech, like Czechoslovakia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I did say Ches. My bad. In the city of
wrong. I think it's Czech Stacker, though.
Well, we can ask him, and he can say which one is right. Ches. Is it Czech or Ches Stacker? The way I say it is Ches. How do you say it, JM?
Czech. Like Czechoslovakia.
Which one is the right? Well, go ahead and get off now and plug your computer, plug your phone in before it dies, so that way if your wife calls you, you can't use me as an excuse for not answering, Pete. And thank you for showing up, brother. Get to work on the catamaran. Okay, you were right, JM. I was wrong. So
well, that's okay. I've seen him in Solivate Metals live streams for a long time, and Saul always calls him Jack Stacker. So I was like, yeah, that looks about right.
In the Slavic language, which I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe that name is derived from the Slavic region of the Europe. I look at it as Ches, but it easily could be Czech, depending on a lot of different variations and things. So yeah, I'll just check from here on out. My bad. Sorry about that, brother.
There's still a few people I get confused on how to pronounce their names too. And I see them in here every once in a while. It happens. So,
Well, right now, like Pete the Sasquatchy, his new name is Dad because he has 12 new little baby goats.
nice.
Yeah, and he's got what 9 mothers still to birth. So he's got his hands full this year.
No doubt. Yeah, I've never farmed goats before, but I've watched a few channels that do, and that is quite the thing. The way they move is so cool.
Dude, I just saw something today on China has the largest solar factory, the solar panel location. They put it in the desert, and then grass started growing because the dew from the solar panels would build up and fall down, and grass started growing. And it started costing them a lot of money to have people go out there and mow the grass and maintain it and whatnot. And then finally, they let some sheep on there. They started out with a couple hundred sheep, and as of today, I think they have 30,000 sheep eating the grass, so that they don't have to pay people out there to go out there and mow it.
Yeah, they're great for that.
Yeah, the quality of the meat on the sheep and their coats is better, and everything is like a triple win for nature. Grass started growing in the desert because of solar panels, and it fed a whole shitload, and still does. It feeds a whole shitload of 20,000 sheep. That's a lot of sheep.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? Go ahead.
I was going to say, have you seen a lot of the trails coming off the back of jets in your area recently in the sky?
No, it's actually been a lot less. There have been some, but not nearly as many.
I just watched a video today. It was live, and he's in California as well, but I think he's further north than you. And he was showing how it just went from a nice clear blue sky to like really hazy. And he said the planes were flying at about half the altitude they usually do. And he said it's just incredible. Today.
Interesting.
I'd share it. I'd share the screen, but I don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I've got 2 strikes for, I think one of them goes off in 12 days. Then I'll be a lot more at ease. I'll only have 1 strike in 12 days.
Yeah, everything that ever happens here complies with YouTube's guidelines all the time.
100% of the time.
Yep.
Lots of disclaimers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I went through how I don't give financial advice whatsoever. I just give good advice on different subjects, not one specific, because I'm not an expert.
So remember I showed you that video of my buddy, that fitness over 50 video?
Yeah.
So I was talking to him the other day, and he's like, Jam, I got a video idea for you. I'm like, what's that? He's like, well, I got this winter camouflage suit, and I want to go out into the woods and have you like take video and just kind of pan across, from left to right and right to left, and do it slow enough that, the camera picks it up really well and people can even slow it down and see how many people can see where I am.
Oh, interesting. Kind of sucks in the snow because you leave footprints.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be like, what was that show? So it wouldn't be footprints. It would just be like I'd be in one location, maybe 200-300 feet away from where he is, in a wooded area, in the snow, and then just kind of scan back and forth.
Okay.
Did you ever see that show Man Tracker?
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Dang, I thought you might have liked. You might actually enjoy that if you ever see it. Did you ever hear about it?
Actually, no, I did not. Well, I kind of recall the name, but I can't say for sure. So I'm going to say no, I did not.
It was pretty entertaining. It was one of those reality shows. But the guy's on horseback. He's a professional man tracker for people, that get lost.
Yeah, I have. I saw something about that. Yeah.
Okay. So it almost kind of be like a very, very short form video.
There was like a game show or something like that where people would like be part of the game show. They'd be given a certain amount of time to try and avoid being caught or something like that.
Yeah, they had to get to their checkpoint.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
And they got a head start.
Yep.
It was a pretty good show. I liked it.
I didn't watch it. I saw one. I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah, some of the episodes were better than others. If you didn't see a good episode, and it does suck your time too, right?
Well, it was like I think the second or the third season of Survivor. That game show thingy, Survivor.
Yeah, I didn't watch that much though.
Yeah, it's really fucking went stupid. But at the beginning, it was kind of cool. There was a gentleman that was on the second season or the third season, and he actually got his own survival show that succeeded. And he only went on the show because it was called Survivor, and he thought it was going to be a Survivor type thing and not a what it turned out to be. And in the one episode,
drama.
Basically drama. And so he exploded on camera one day, and I really loved that one fucking episode. Because after that, it's like, what's going to happen because it's all drama based. It's like watching One Life to Live. I'll tell you the storyline and we'll just watch it play out.
Literally like a soap opera.
Yeah.
It's like you're a producer of TV shows. They're like, you have to pump out soap operas, but you have to have different themes.
And it has to have a psyop in it. And if you look at Survivor, it started out, no offense to anybody, I'm just telling you how it started out and what they're doing. It started out with the homosexual winning who took his clothes off to introduce you to all kinds of crazy shit. Then it went to a lot of guys wanting to watch it because it was cool and it had a lot of girls on it and it was all like normal stuff. And now it's to like, and they even stated it was brazen as hell. The most recent season, the dude said, I like how there's no white people in the game now. And I was like, wow, you fucking racist son of a bitch. It's like, so all it takes is a white person to be in there and you all of a sudden think that everything's geared for them to win. Really? I mean, fucking, who's racist at that point in time, But that's the society we live in, so whatever. Yeah, I didn't like that statement. I was like, wow, and they're not even calling him out. But if a white person would have said, oh wow, cool, there's no one other than white people here, they'd have been kicked off the fucking show. So I don't even watch the commercials of Survivor because I know what they're selling to the public, and I don't like it.
It's like judging someone based on the color of their eyes or their hair.
It's like judging someone on anything other than who they are. And that's the content of the character, not what they are, but who they are. What am I? I'm a white guy. Who am I? An asshole with a YouTube show.
I identify as North American.
I identify as a Scottish Highlander.
Do you?
But I was in America.
And even Earthling. Like, I think Earthling's a good thing to identify as.
One day, all of us will identify as that. Or by continent. I'm from the American continent. I'm from the Asian continent. I'm from the African continent. I can see that breakdown in the near future.
79 says the best thing for America is just to keep the Canadians out.
Best thing for America is take Canada over since we're paying for them anyhow. No offense, Jam.
Hey, you know what? You guys got a nice buffer with us Canadians here. We're between Russia and the U.S., right? If Russia was to attack U.S. Most likely it's coming over us first.
It's Alaska, then y'all.
Yeah.
And the real nice buffer would be the Northwest Territory, where there's nothing but snow year round.
That's right.
It's hard as fuck to get equipment through that shit.
Spies like us.
Yeah, exactly. I like that movie. That was a good movie. Matter of fact, no, I don't have it anymore. I used to have the. Let me see if I can get it back up. I'll get rid of that one.
One thing you're missing out, though, Neil, with the warmer climate there is snowmobiling. I think you'd have a heck of a lot of fun on a snowmobile, cruising around. Could be wrong.
No, if I had like heated socks or something.
Yeah. Well, that's the other nice thing too, is like, when it's a hot climate and you start working, physically, like roofing and stuff like that, it's easy for people to overheat in the hot climate. When it's cold out, it's just natural air conditioning, so you can actually really exert yourself for a lot longer without overheating. What do you got there? Oh, okay, that's where you're off on a wind turbine.
Yeah, 150 foot up in there.
I see
it
that.
Was cold, but if you stayed working, you didn't feel it.
That looks so dangerous. Like I'd be thinking, oh no, what if there's a gust of wind and the thing starts turning?
I was more concerned about dropping my tool.
Yeah.
Because then I'd have to fucking go down 150 foot and pick it up and come back up, and that's a bitch. I did not drop a tool on that job, dude. I was so concerned. I was like, no, if I drop this tool, I am not going down till the end of the fucking day. Fuck that shit. Or until we go to another one.
One step at a time.
Yeah, I made sure that my tools were tethered. That was a job. I had a sock pulled off my foot, and the boot was still on my foot. My foot was black and blue for several weeks because, as you can see, the turbine there, we're loosening it up. Then we'd allow it to spin. We'd hook the crane up to the blade above us, and we'd go back to the rotor, and we'd release the brake and put the weight on the crane and the blade, and he would lower it down to where the one we loosened up, he'd have hooked up, and it would be on the bottom, and then we'd relock the thing down, and we'd finish it up, and it would drop low, and he'd come back and hook up on another blade, and then would release the lock so it wouldn't free spin. And I was sitting like, horse style on top of the fucking the engine that had the rotating lock on it, getting ready to release it, and it slipped, and my feet weren't in the right position, and something was able to grab my fucking sock, and what happened was those two blades, instead of how the one blade was up, the two blades that are down, well, it was the reverse of that. Those two blades were up, and the one blade that's up was off. So when that lock came off, the fucking weight of those fucking blades started swinging. It took that small little rotor engine and span it so fucking quick, dude. It ripped that sock right off of my damn foot with my foot still in the boot.
Ripped the sock right out of your boot.
Yeah, and the sock I was wearing got ripped off of my foot while my foot was in the boot.
Wow.
Yeah, it freaked me out, dude. It hurt like hell, but I didn't tell anybody because I didn't want a workman's comp deal it. Because I was smoking pot,
You should put that on full screen for a minute, just so people can see that full screen. Yeah, there you go.
I'm the guy on the right. That was my apprentice on the left. Yeah, that where my left foot is, they had a little eye hook there that we could use to obviously put some weight on.
Yeah.
And I told him to stay on the inside. That's why I took the outside. That's why I'm reaching on the outside, because when you look down, it was 150 foot straight. It's not for everybody.
Yep, working at heights. One of my buddies used to build the communication towers, and he had a couple pictures similar to that, working on them. It's a tough job.
I can't get the whole picture in here, but this is me on the 12th floor of a building in Berkeley. No tie off, no harness, no nothing, and that is duct tape on my boot. Let me see if I can get I got another one in here. Oh, here we go.
That reminds me. Deplorable says the full screen is black. That's weird. I saw the full screen on my end. But it reminds me, I saw a documentary showing that a lot of America's skyscrapers were actually built. The people working at heights were
not tied off.
Indigenous.
No, only in the Northeast. New York area only. Mostly Mohicans. Mohicans. And a few smaller tribes, but mostly Mohicans.
That was it too. It was Mohicans.
Yeah, of course. Right. I know what I'm talking about. They gave me the name Skywalker because that's me to the right on a 75-foot windmill, and someone had to get out on the blade to loosen up the bolts that had been tightened down 25 years ago and left in the wind and elements, and they were stuck. And that's a 6-foot cheater bar in my left hand, and I had to get out there and fucking break those bolts loose while it was tied off to the crane, obviously, in case it fell. The other guy didn't want to get out there. And that's my boss to the far left with the other yellow hard hat on.
Deplorable Kulak, I think you got to refresh your screen unless you're just screwing with us.
Yeah, I'd say so because I'm seeing, yeah.
Have a good night, Pete.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Pete. Appreciate it, brother.
That's the other one that would be tough too, is working on the oil rigs.
I wouldn't touch the oil rigs.
Crab fishing, crab and lobster fit. Well, crab.
I wouldn't do those either. There's just differences to those jobs. I tried deep sea fishing. I'll tell you what, the diesel fuel smell, it just does something to you.
Yeah, it will. I worked at a gas station when I was really young, like when I was 17, pumping gas.
Uh-huh.
And after a day of pumping gas, like, wow.
Yeah.
It hits you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Zardos.
It's worse on, hey, what's up, Zardos? It's worse on a boat as far as carbon sequestration devices put on the exhaust or not put on the exhaust. On boats, they're not put on the exhaust. It's a lot worse. That was the two guys. They put me right over where the exhaust came out, and that really fucked me up.
Yeah, that's really bad for you. That's worse than smoking for sure.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not a doctor, just saying.
Yeah, it was green and puking. Basically, yes, 79 happened diesel fume. That kind of gas, you feel good off of puffing. But nonetheless, yes. You can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Can see all obstacles in my way.
Yeah, I don't know the rest of the lyrics to that song.
Me neither.
Cool. So don't feel like a total idiot. I've got company.
Bright, sunshiny day.
You're not going to get me singing. Sorry, brother.
That's all right. Here, I got a quick video I can share with you if you want to see a quick short video several years ago when I was younger.
Uh-huh.
Here.
Pop it up. I'll throw it up there.
Okay.
And anyone wants to throw any channels up there, as long as it's respectable channels. All of y'all are moderators. You can do that. Promote yourself.
I was in better shape back then. There it is. Okay, so there may be music on here. I'll try to listen for it. But the idea is here.
Oh, that looked like fun.
Yeah, I was running with the dogs, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. This was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, but watch what the dogs do.
Yep.
They stop. They didn't
They're
keep
good, man. You'll actually see I end up giving them a treat. I'm like, yeah, you're good. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah, no, they instantly stopped and looked back and come to check on you. That's the good dogs.
Yep. That's sage and blue.
Uh-oh. Are we showing some road rash hands?
It wasn't my hands so much.
That didn't work out very well at all.
My hands kind of landed in the lawn.
Oh, right on. Road rash knee.
Yeah.
Hey, that looks like a heart.
Not good.
Did you do that on purpose, JM?
Hey, man.
That way it's close to Valentine's. You say, honey, look what I got for you.
It was not
I
AI.
didn't do anything for you.
So, and I got to tell you, on that video, I believe it was that one, 79 actually made a comment. That was 3-4 years ago. I still remember it.
Yeah.
And it was, are you trying out for the Olympics?
Now she says she doesn't want to see it.
Yeah. I did 2 of those. The one I didn't wipe out, but that one was a wipeout.
See, she noticed it was a heart shape too. It wasn't just me. I have 3 cats that have hearts on them.
Oh, yeah? Like in their pattern?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Special Olympics. JM, I think she's hitting on you.
That reminds me of Eric Cartman in South Park, Special Olympics, which was an amazing episode if you've never seen it.
No, I didn't watch South Park.
South Park Special Olympics, that is probably the funniest episode that I've seen, and I've seen almost all of them.
There was this one animated show that was pretty big. It had like a robot on it.
Okay.
I don't remember what it's called. A lot of my friends used to watch that. I thought it was stupid and didn't watch it, but it was supposedly pretty big. I didn't fall for all that. That all of that is had to go along with the changing of your thought process. There was a lot of
adjustment.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that was put into those cartoony episodes that were damn, what is the fucking word?
Mind control.
Well, that's ultimately that's kind
programming.
Of subliminal messaging was put out in those things big time, dude.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really watch them because I knew that was out. I was like, nah, no, not gonna fall. I'm not going down there. But I mean, that's how they sell you. They make it a good episode. They get the people to promote it. You watch it. You know, you don't know what's happening. But once you know what's happening, you know, it's hard to fucking fall for it. Although I do watch the Stargates and WWE wrestling.
79 says, how come when I show up, everyone leaves? I think it was just a coincidence.
Have you taken a shower recently? And no, it's not just because you showed up.
No, it's probably my stupid video.
No, that was actually funny.
I thought it was entertaining. And no, I didn't do it on purpose. I was actually recording me running with them.
Anybody here like bees?
I like honey.
So do I. Hmm. Dang it. Can't find it ever when I want to. Hey, hold down the fort for about 15 seconds.
Okay, hold on a second. Can you share this first?
Hold on.
Okay. Got it. So this is how it was supposed to work out, guys. I got one here, 79. It's about 3/4 done. So that's what happened was I did a series of these things, and there was the one where I wiped out. So I just did a separate video of it. And it's easy to find on my channel. You just search wipeout. This one was Fast and Furious. Okay, we'll bring you back to your regularly scheduled programming after these messages.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, welcome back.
Have to take care of some cat stuff.
How many do you have right now?
You don't want to
inside.
You don't want to know.
Well, I'm curious, but if you don't
a lot
want
more than I should because two of them, two females were not fixed and one male wasn't fixed. So I have 11 more than I wanted.
Gotcha. That's heavy duty, man. That's like a full-time thing. Like you must be changing litter boxes like it's nobody's business.
When I get up, if I work, when I get up to go to work, I clean them before I go to work and I clean them when I come home. So basically twice a day, I've got 8 litter boxes.
It's a lot better than them, suffering out on the streets.
Then that's another thing. Even if I got them spayed and neutered, I wouldn't want to put them outside because actually there's about 10 new outside cats, and I know people have been throwing them away because 2 of them are fucking Siamese. And I've only seen one Siamese in this neighborhood. That was 3 years ago, and it was a baby. I captured it and adopted it out. These 2 are about a year old, but they're clearly Siamese, and I've never seen them before. And then there's several new cats, so people have been throwing these fuckers out.
What's wrong with Siamese cats?
There's nothing wrong. It's just they're now wild. They used to be in someone's house, and now they're fucking feral. They're made to be feral because someone threw them away.
Gotcha.
That's what's wrong with it. And I guarantee I know people have been doing that. Well, they're Siamese, and they weren't here 2 months ago, and they weren't here 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago. They're new.
You have them now?
No, they're outside cats.
Okay.
It's just more I have to feed.
Have you done any video with them?
Actually, no, I haven't. No, I should actually.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't.
Oh yeah, and don't title it something like December 13th. Title it like Siamese, like cool Siamese or Siamese.
Okay, I see what you're
Give
saying.
it
Yeah,
a good title.
I don't title any of my shorts.
You could get hundreds, thousands of subscribers. You know,
Wow.
Siamese is one of those, really cool breeds.
They're very, very cautious kitties. But yeah, I'll definitely get some video of them.
Like skittish?
Yeah. They won't let me get, like some of them, like there was a sweet long-haired orange and white one just showed up. She allowed me to pet her and I could feel every fucking one of her ribs. So I actually went through like 12 cans of tuna at that feeding time to make sure, because once I broke out one tuna can, all the cats wanted it and I didn't want to fight. So I overloaded every fucking food dish with tuna so that cat could eat a fucking full can of tuna. Because it was really ribs. I mean, it was thin. It was kind of sick, but she's coming back and eating, so she's gonna live. But
well done, man. Well done, man. You stopped the suffering and helped them out. That's all you can.
You know, again, man created dogs and cats, brother. It's our responsibility, and if people want to neglect our responsibility as humans, cool. I take it seriously, so I bear the responsibility.
Why don't you set up as a charity and have people donate to like Neil's freaking animal rescue?
I actually gave that up after 20 years of having it about 15 years ago.
Oh,
yeah, no one gave money, bro. I was actually part of Animal Helpers in Northwest Florida, Southeast Alabama for about 20 years. Me and my friend Steve Millay, he's a lawyer now, retired, and we got documented. We had people sign contracts to get the animals that we rescued. We had like over. Shut up, Silver.
Wasn't me, man.
400 adoptions out, and not one donation. We paid for all the spay, neuter, all the shots, everything for over 400 fucking animals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have the right public relations marketing.
Whatever.
Thing, otherwise, you would have got something. Like if you would have said,
we got discounts. We got discounts on the spay and neuter. It's not we didn't pay full price, but I mean that's pretty much all we got.
Okay, another way you could do it is sponsor an animal. You know what I mean? So you rescue them, and then they get daily videos of the animal that they sponsored.
Yeah, but I can't guarantee that because if I get a job, I'm working.
Yeah.
And I got other things in life that are going to be coming along. They're going to be taking up my time, making me money. So
yeah, just trying to help.
No, I appreciate it. It's just a matter of things got to happen. Once I moved to Alabama, that's why I want some acreage so I can put up a fence around the acreage and put in things in the yard to keep all the birds away, the bigger birds, and take all the outside cats, inside cats, and they'll all be outside cats, and put places out there for each and every one of them. Have an outside fire pit, all this other shit. Outside the like there's permanent ponds, those small ones, like a little rock that keeps shooting out water into a round pond area. So
infinity. It's infinity ponds, yeah.
Yeah, that type thing. So they always have fresh water, moving, running water, because they always like running water over set water.
That's right.
So they have a little catbird ice, so they'll all be good outside, and I'll free up my fucking house too. Because I didn't want this many, man. Trust me. It just happened to be that way, so I'm dealing with it. I don't have the heart to throw them outside.
There you go. Gerald's got it. Hit the thumbs up. Get a free cat.
No, now people are gonna hit the thumbs down. Shit.
Here's another one. Did you ever hear about the whole business idea of like, I don't know if you know any insurance salespeople, but like I knew a few people that sold insurance.
Yeah.
And so what it is it's goat insurance.
What insurance?
Goat, GOAT.
Okay. Actual animal?
Yeah.
Okay.
So people will pay for you to not put a goat in their front yard.
What?
Yeah, you can look it up. It's goat insurance. There was actually a comedy skit on it as well, but I was like, yeah, it's similar to sponsoring a cat, right? You could have cat insurance. So
Interesting. There's a niche for everything, bro. Sounds weird to us. There's probably like 1/10 of 1/2 of 1% of the world will probably buy into that. That's a lot of money. There's 8-9 billion people on this planet.
yeah, do you believe those numbers?
What numbers? On how many people?
Yes.
Before pandemic, yeah.
Mhm.
After pandemic, no.
I think that China's numbers, population is a lot lower than what's stated, and I think
I think it's
India is a lot higher.
lower. I think it's a lot lower.
And India's population is a lot higher, in my opinion.
I've heard a range for between, and I don't believe the lower end range of this, but from people who are supposedly more knowledgeable on this type stuff than I am, which doesn't take much because I don't keep up with it. The number of people that are left in China is somewhere between 300 to 700 million. Now, I believe the 700 million, that's possible, maybe even a little more, but they don't have nearly a billion. They have a lot less than a billion, and they used to have 1.2 billion. So I think they probably lost 500 million people. They've gone through a lot. I've done a lot of reports, man. They've had dam breaks, flooding that's killing people.
Did you see the fires where they had the bamboo scaffolding?
Yeah, no, they've had a lot of crazy shit over the past 5 years happen over there. That's taken a lot of people's. One dam broke, fucking ravaged 16 fucking cities that were along the river downstream. Totally inundated them. People who were on the first level who, asleep. Sorry. And of course, their buildings, a lot of them fell down too because they're not up to code. Well, they don't have a code, so. Yeah. People say America sucks, man. Fuck, try living somewhere else, man. You'll know what sucks means, bro.
And it depends where you are in the States too. Like there's such.
Now, if you got running water, electricity, and availability to a hospital and a grocery store, you're better off than about 80% of the world. It's that simple. If you're within an hour's drive of food, medical, and you have running water, and even in Mexico, brother, they've got, dude, oh my God, there was this nonprofit we interacted with. Their thing was they got together college kids. It was summertime, and they went down to Mexico to install literally electrical lines because they had power up to a certain point, and then they would run electrical cords from the power place several hundred yards, and like there'd be like 20 or 30 electrical cords off of this one. And so they don't even know about electricity. They were like over. Oh my God, yeah, no. And this is just Mexico, bro. They're so. Some of the areas are the tourist areas. They're they're up to par with American standards of living. Go about 40 miles in any direction of the tourist areas, and you stand a good chance of finding third world country conditions. So it's not
hearing a beeping. Is that you beeping?
Not
it's like a blip, 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 blip.
Hold on a second. Let me turn the fan off. It might be my fan.
Well, I've got my heater on, but it sounded like notification or a phone ringing or something.
Oh no, my fan was kind of loud on my end. It's a lot quieter now, but it didn't sound like the phone. That's for sure.
It's weird. I don't hear it now.
It was probably a fan then, because I just turned it off.
Must be. I'll turn this one off too.
It's kind of weird to have a fan on in wintertime anyhow, but I'm a weird son of a bitch.
It's good to keep the air circulating though.
Yeah.
Fan running's a good idea.
Well, I have this little space heater, and air gets dry and warm. So if I like open a window, turn the fan on, it kind of brings in a fresh, like you said, a fresh breeze. It brings in fresh air and whatever. I need my own house.
So anything new on the osmium front?
Oh yeah, not for them, for me. No, they're doing they're doing the osmium, crystallized osmium thing. That's what else can you say about that? As far as product lines, as far as I'm concerned, in America, no, they haven't come up with crap. In Europe, yeah, they got some good designs in Europe for the crystallized osmium. The people here in America, I don't know, maybe the right people haven't been introduced to it, or it's not the right conditions, or there's some reason it's not yet taken off. But that's fixing to change.
Yeah, Europe. Well, Europe already has a head start, right? They've already got momentum. They've been.
Oh yeah, they've been doing it for 12 years. 12
yeah.
years. It's only been here for 2 years, maybe 3. 3 years. It's been here for 3 years. Yeah. So, and it is growing here. It's not that it's not growing. It's just it's not as big right now. So
A mighty oak tree does not grow in 2 or 3 years, right?
Well, that, and there's a push now because of the economic times for other asset classes that, especially in the precious metals industry, you'll hear gold and silver people. They're just like blinders on. Only gold, only silver. Oh, platinum's not money. No, try and talk to them about crystallized osmium if they don't want to talk about platinum, because it's even more rare and less use case and never been used as money. So they like block their brains off from any investment opportunities and any other asset class because it's never been used as money in real life. And then I bring up the point, well, I just had Deplorable on. He said he bought a house for $180,000. It's now worth $400,000. So he actually made $200,000 on a house, and it's never been used as real money either. So the principles of only investing in silver and money because it's real money is so jackass stupid. It's laughable.
We need to keep in mind it's not really inflation that's happening. A lot of these assets that are going up in price, it's not so much that the asset's becoming more valuable. It's actually the devaluation of the currency. So for your house, when that doubles, that's real estate. That's a tangible asset. That's actually showing, unless you made significant improvements or like something, in that geographic area really happened to boost the value. A huge chunk of it is just the currency devaluation.
Are you laughing at something?
Hey,
I heard you Google. Over on YouTube, I timed 79 out for 10 seconds, but it's not showing up on StreamYard.
It won't show up on StreamYard.
Yeah, I know. So it's not really as good. If you go to the YouTube part of the show, she's timed out, but not on the StreamYard part.
I see that. It looks like you hit her hard. Wow.
No, 10 seconds.
Okay.
It was only 10 seconds.
Here it's showing that I deleted all her messages too.
Well, yeah. From that point forward, for 10 seconds, all of her messages get deleted. So she said a lot of things back to back real quick. So I said, "Oh, cool." Let me fucking time her out for 10 seconds. Take care of all those messages all at once. Just having fun with you, 79. It's enjoyable timing you out. Although today, man, let me tell you, we had quite a few fucking trolls on Economic Ninja's show.
What kind of trolls?
Oh, personal attack trolls.
On him?
Yeah. People who come in and say just some vulgar, stupid, personal shit directed straight towards Ninja. So I instantly get rid of them.
Yeah, it's amazing. People waste their energy trying to cut someone else down. That's trying to help people out. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. That's all. That's all I can say. It's fucking.
So what do you do then? You just time them out, or do you?
Oh no, they're gone.
What do you do on ninjas? What do you do?
Show. If you garnish my attention on his show, you're banned from his show. I'm the administrative mod. I have the power to ban you, and that's what I do. I don't time people out. I ban them. It's there. Let me see if I can't find it.
No warnings?
No, none whatsoever.
Boom. Neil's decisive.
Hide user on channel. That's what it's called.
Yep. So then he can go back and check that out and see.
He doesn't. I've already talked to him about it. He goes, Neil, you're the moderator, bro.
He trusts you.
I mean, he might go back and read them, but he ain't gonna undo them or any of that crap. He does, and I don't even know if he goes. Actually, there was one time someone said something on his live stream, and I got rid of him. He's like, Neil, I was going to talk about their statement. I was like, oops. Yeah, well, I didn't like what they said, so I got rid of him. He was going to use them as an example. I'm like, oh well.
That happens. That's like if stuff like that doesn't happen, you know it's not live.
The great thing about Travis is I'm in charge of his chat online and on YouTube. I'm in charge. And that's how he operates. He puts you in a position. You know your business. I don't want to know shit. I'm doing my thing. You do your thing. That's why you're there. And I like that. And I do a good, he hasn't had, no one's bitched to him directly. Of people that he knows that are on the channel, they actually congratulate me. I had several people thanking me for handling it. You guys be nice. Hell, there was one time a fake ninja came on and it showed his name almost exactly, just one letter different. And I noticed it right away. And I hid him from the channel. And everyone in the chat was like, Neil, he just timed down ninja.
So, okay. So, like, we all know 79, and I know you don't like talking about people a whole lot, but like, what if she came over to Ninja's live stream, and put in a pound hashtag spit or something, like how she kind of heckles you and
I would not if I know the person, but I cannot say that other moderators on the channel wouldn't, because I set the standard for that show. And other moderators follow what I would have done. They'll do if they're on, if I don't catch it. So I can say I wouldn't do anything, but I can't speak for like, Pete would probably let it go. Kevin, I don't think he would. And I don't think Sir Carlos would. And I don't think the Rooster would.
Yeah. So be careful there. You gotta, Ninja's a great guy. Like he's helping a lot of people out and he's trying to help as many people out as he can.
That's why I stuck with him so long. I like the message he's trying to get out, and
he speaks from experience, right? He's not speculating and all that sort of thing. He's talking about what he knows, what he's lived,
what he's done.
Yeah,
what he knows works and what he's done. And yeah, no, he's cool. I like him. Yeah, you wouldn't last long on his show, 79.
I got a kick out of how in one of his recent live streams, he was talking about the decline of McDonald's, and he had McDonald's in the background.
Yeah.
And the decline of it, and he's slurping on McDonald's coffee.
Yeah, he's sarcastically funny if you capture it. He did a show a week after my live stream when I talked about McDonald's and Burger King tripling their prices in 5 years. Not keeping up with inflation, because that means over 5 years we had 300% inflation. Or they're greedy little fuckers. Your choice.
I can tell you, since 2020, for sure, it's been at least 25% increase in prices here. I won't even call it inflation.
Down here, this went from like
per year.
Overnight. I used to buy their single bacon cheeseburgers with no pickle. It was like $1.25. So I get like 3 of them for $4 basically. And then one day I went in there and 3 of them it turned out to be like $6. I was like, well, fuck, I already ordered, so yeah, I'll go through with it. And I didn't go back for a while. I went by again and later because it's right off the exit and I was working at the time. And I stopped by and 3 of them were fucking $8. I was like, holy shit, man, it's been like a year and you doubled the price of the motherfuckers. So I guess it's regional.
And when I see stuff really high priced like that, when I go to the cashier, I'll try to negotiate a lower price. And if it's the manager or the owner of the store, and you do it respectfully, frequently you can get a deal because they know they're just gouging you. Like, especially if you give them okay, you're asking $8. I'd give you 7, right? And then take a step back like you're going to walk out the door. Right? Okay, I'll take your $7.
A lot of people won't haggle. Again, it's regional. If you're in a city dwelling type area like I'm at, there's absolutely no haggling because there's so many goddamn people that'll buy it if you won't. Again, there's like 11 million people around the Bay Area, cities back to back to back. Hell,
you got to pay then, right? They got the monopoly on you.
Yeah, it's basically there's like per capita, per acre people per capita is so freaking high. I knew there was it's called the Grocery Outlet right now. It's the shape of an old roller skating ring. How the old roller skating rings looked like in the 70s.
Yeah.
It's the same because it used to be a roller skating ring. And I did a population chart for this area. And I realized, I was like, fuck, man, there is no grocery store within a certain kilometer radius of this population group. The city needs to, do their job and facilitate one in this area. So I brought it up the city, and damn sure enough, they turned it into a fucking grocery store. Because they were right. The sheer numbers of people per area, it demanded it because of numbers. It's all math. It demanded that there be a freaking grocery store there in that area, and that building was available. So I pushed this. I got those numbers and showed the city and said, get one of your friends who owns fucking some sort of a store and fucking introduce them to this opportunity because there's money to be made. Next thing you know, Grocery Outlets takes it.
One of my previous customers actually owned a grocery store, and it was very, very profitable. They were making good money. That was like 15 years ago.
Dude, the first owner is not even the first owner. It's got their 3 owners in 2 years.
It's a lot of work, though. It is a lot of work. It's kind of like restaurant, It's,
yeah.
You can make a lot of money, but
a lot of money he doesn't compared to
a lot of work.
But you can make good money, and if you move to a different area and spend it wisely, like Deplorable and I were talking about, if you move to a different, if you like owned that grocery store and you made $250,000 in 1 year, sure, you busted your ass for it, and you don't want to do it for 10 years. You don't even want to do 2. Well, that $250,000 in a different region would pay off a house plus and give you the retirement you were looking for that hard work. You just have to move to a different area.
Well, and if you can crank it up to like 350 the next year and then 450 the next year and then sell it, right? If you can do it 3 years, take a thing, grow the fuck out of it for 3 years, and then sell it.
That's where I know they made money because in a 2-year time frame, it was sold 3 times and everyone made money.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
So either was a higher the profit margin than they thought, so they sold early, or they were satisfied with the amount they got after 9, 11, 12 months, whatever, before they sold.
Well, this has been a good chat. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you showing up, my friend.
It's good to see everyone in the chat. Are you live streaming all night, or what's on your agenda?
Oh, hell no, man. It's 10:30 here. I'm closer to 60 than 50. I'm probably going to bed in an hour or so. So I'm probably going to end this so I can watch one of my documentaries and learn something before I go to bed.
Sounds good, man. Well, I will take
10,000 hours, people. 1 hour a night before you go to bed gets you 365 hours a year of knowledge gained before you go to bed. Adds over 10 years, you got 30. You're halfway to being an expert at something just for doing it an hour before you go to sleep.
Yeah, always be learning, right? I spend at least an hour a day trying to learn.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Learn. Learning power is earning power. Peace out, brother.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
Oh, I got one joke to say. Since you did that, it's too late. Okay, I hope you're still in chat. Like what Gerald put down in the chat, the peace sign. Okay, a Roman walked into a bar and threw up a peace sign, and the bartender brought him 5 beers. That's because in Roman times, the peace sign was the number 5. I guess it's more of an intellectual joke. I'll talk to you later, 79. What a stupid joke. All right, I'm out of you guys. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your rest of the Friday night, early Saturday morning. Don't wake up too early to watch cartoons, 79. They're all reruns anyhow. You guys have a great one. Peace out.